Hello, everyone. Thank you for showing up again. This is try number 2 of SpaceX launching Starship Flight number 8. For those, thank you guys so much in the chat. I'm watching the chat right now. For those who have been here last time, we didn't have a last time. We're just going to ignore that one. We had a huge, I don't know, pulse driver on the 40-second hold. SpaceX found some problems, restarted the countdown or passed the hold and reset it back to the hold just to scrub it in the end. Yeah, today's the day, hopefully. We're all very much waiting for SpaceX to launch this Starship. It's not just you guys out there. We've been trying to get all the information in the past few days, and so far SpaceX is still tracking. If you follow me on X, you've seen the reposts that I did of SpaceX's last little bit of information that they gave out, which is we're tracking. Weather looks favorable. Everything on the rocket looks fine so far, so we might get a launch today. I'm certainly hoping for it. Yeah, some have already started. I would love to do the ritual again. Tell me, everybody in the chat, where you're from, because this is the best eye-opener for those who aren't maybe part of the space community yet, or who are just occasional watchers, that this is a global phenomenon. And there we go. The chat is on. And look at all those names popping up there from where everybody is from. This is from the entire world, and it makes me so proud every time. So I'm, by the way, I'm not typing in the chat right now, but I'm from Florida, United States. I moved here 3 years ago from Germany. And this is the biggest hobby I've ever started in my life. When I uploaded my first video six years ago, I think, almost 6 years ago now, like it's missing another 1.5 months or so until What About It is actually 6 years old. I was the same kind of space nerd as you guys are, just interested in everything that popped up about this new movement of private companies doing huge steps in enabling us to stay in space permanently, and not just to plant a flag. The chat is still racing. Thank you guys so much. Somebody's from Mars. That's great. Set up a little tent or something for us up there. Yeah, so I uploaded my first video. And since then, it's been a wild ride. And now we're sitting here watching Starship Flight 8 together. So that is a pleasant thing for the entire team. So as much as you're having fun anticipating this, we are as well. There's plenty of people in the background already organizing things. My wife's sitting right next to me here in the studio. There's Jonathan and Chris in the background, and Indigo. Everybody's working together to bring you this live stream. If you want to pay us back, the best thing you can do is like and subscribe. That is very, very important for us. I'm saying this every time, but many people don't understand. Our biggest enemy here on YouTube is the algorithm, and that needs signals from you guys. And the more signals you send it that you actually like our content, the more it's going to share with other people. So it's completely for free. Press the buttons. The chat is still going. It's amazing. I love you guys. Thank you so much for showing up. We're already at 6,000 people watching. And with that, I'd say we switch over to our live camera to see what the rocket looks like on the pad right now. There it is. Look at the beauty. So SpaceX had some trouble fixing things as well. And since our last scrub attempt, if you're not like completely in the loop on things happening out there, I don't blame you. There's a lot of stuff going on. SpaceX has tried to restack the ship, and they broke off a holding clamp on the booster. They had to fix that. They checked the ship for possible problems. They checked the booster for possible problems. They had, I think, at least 2 stack attempts until it worked. So this ship has been lifted and lifted and lifted. The thing is going up and down. 3D Daniel, a friend of mine who is a 3D animator in the Starship scene, we uploaded a video, or actually Jonathan made a video of the stacking process, and he just made it play back and forth and back and forth. That kind of fits it pretty well. So, but now we are stacked. We're still tracking the launch. Everything seems fine. Fingers crossed that it stays that way. I'm definitely going to guide you through the entire situation, comment as much as I can. As soon as SpaceX goes live, we traditionally let the SpaceX commentators say as much as they as they want to, because their information is just more up to date than mine could ever be. Until then, we have another at least 2 hours to kill. If you want to send me questions, hashtag question, and then you write your question into the chat. The system and the moderators will pick it up, and I'll get to read it out and answer it, hopefully. There's plenty of questions always, so if you tie it to a super chat, which of course is much appreciated coffee money for us as well, you're going to be bumped up in the list. Please, for all the others who can't or don't want to give any money, don't be upset. It's just appreciating. It's just us appreciating everybody who's giving money for the entire effort, because even though it doesn't seem like it, this is a full production thing. When you watch a video of mine come online on YouTube, that doesn't mean that I just sat down for 2 or 3 hours and recorded something and slapped some footage on top and released it as a video. Actually, I tried to calculate it at some point, but I do think it's roughly 200 hours of work combined throughout the entire team that goes into each and every episode. So that's a lot. And for that is the super chats. So we integrate that directly into our workflow, into getting better equipment, into paying the people that work at WAI, and so on and so forth. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. For those who do not know, this is supposed to be the first successful launch of a Block 2 Starship. The difference between Block 2 and Block 1 is that SpaceX is going through iterations, because what they're doing there is a very unique way of developing hardware. The reason for that is that they don't yet know what they're building. This might sound a bit strange, but they're building something completely new. This hasn't been tried yet. It's not comparable to anything out there. Aspects of it are, like, for example, the power of it, you could compare to a Saturn V or a Russian N1 rocket. The upper stage trying to re-enter, you could theoretically compare that to a space shuttle, but it's so different that, yeah, the only thing that SpaceX can do to make this work fast is build prototypes, launch them, see what happens, and improve on it. And that's what they're doing. And Block 1 to Block 2 is directly tied to that. Block 1 was the first iteration of Starships to be used in these orbital or suborbital test flights. It performed reasonably well, but it's not there yet. They need to do more changes. And so Block 2 introduces several big changes. One of them is, actually, I can show this on my model again. I have a model from An Zhuang, who's a really good friend of mine. And if you're interested in where these models come from in my studio, I get that question over and over. They're from morethan3d.com, from this guy who keeps sending me these models. And I love you. So this is a Block 2 Starship. And if you take a look, I hope I'm not going to lose an engine here. If you take a look at the forward flaps, these thingies here, the Starship has 4 flaps, the 2 in the back and the 2 in the front. And if you look at these flaps from the forward view, if it focuses on it, it'll be even better. There you go. So you see these are at an angle. Before, the flaps were attached here, so they were directly in the plasma flow. Now SpaceX moved these up a little bit so that they're outside the plasma flow, and so that these hinges, which makes heat shield construction extremely difficult, aren't directly in the flow of the plasma. That was a direct result of SpaceX testing a Starship. They shot Block 1 Starships up into space, and on re-entry they saw that the forward flaps, the aft flaps as well, but the forward flaps were solvable that way quickly. They were suffering on re-entry because of the hinges. Constructing a heat shield that includes movable parts is exponentially more difficult than constructing a heat shield that is seamless, which it is on the underside, for example. But on the flaps, you have to break it up because these flaps need to be able to move, and they had trouble with that. So they improved the flaps. The next thing they improved is they reduced the payload bay size a little bit because they don't need that big of a payload bay, and added larger fuel tanks below so that the Starship has more delta V and can reach more orbits, or can be more flexible in reaching orbits once it's operational. So these are extremely good examples for why SpaceX does this in blocks, in iterations, to get to something that they're already that is operational in a way that they want it. Other launch providers, like for example ULA with their Vulcan rocket, they launched it and it worked. They had a nozzle problem on the second launch, but that's a minor thing and they're going to fix it, but it launched on the first try. The reason for that is that Vulcan, even though it is an updated rocket, uses a lot of the technology that ULA already had. It's the same material that it's built off. Its internal structure is roughly the same. It doesn't need to re-enter. It doesn't need to land a booster or even catch it with a tower, as you can see there, and so on and so forth. So this is something that is very confusing to many people that get into Starships early for the first time. They're wondering why SpaceX is blowing up so many rockets. That's the reason. Okay, so much for today's hardware. We have Ship 34 on top, Booster 15 on the bottom. Booster 15 is still a Block 1 booster, so Block 2 for that is still to come, hopefully soon. We've seen the first prototype mentions, and I think one ring segment of it. So they're in early stages of that, but with that you can expect even more craziness, because that booster is going to have 35 instead of 33 engines. I know it's insane, but it actually has a few advantages in that regard. Super Heavy is often compared to the N1. That is the N1. That is a Russian rocket that they tried to get operational to go to the moon before the United States did back in the 1960s and 70s. They failed. They had launches, but they all failed because of several things, but also because they had so many engines, and they had trouble controlling all these engines at the same time, making them reliable, and so on and so forth. That is something that doesn't really exist anymore nowadays. Especially SpaceX's engines are extremely reliable, so they just don't blow up that much. And controlling them with today's computers, avionics, it is so much better nowadays than it was back then. My smartphone would be able to handle controlling the flow rate of 33 engines easily with its calculation power. Back then, that looked very different. So that's something you got to be careful with as well. And yeah, they're updating it to 35 engines on the Block 2, which is hopefully going to fly maybe 3 flights in the future, but we'll have to wait and see, because it might also be that SpaceX ends up reusing a Super Heavy booster. We've seen some talk about that as well. Booster 14, actually, a booster that's already flown. SpaceX might reuse that. But on the other hand, they're so quick with their hardware development that it might be outdated by the time they could actually reuse it. It's SpaceX. It's a phenomenon. And here we see flight number 8 on the pad. Yeah, I want to bring up 2 more things that aren't Starship related. I've just been very busy with it, and I hope that you are as well. Ariane 6 has launched successfully again, which is a really, really good thing for Europe. Chris here in the background and Jonathan, they're both raising up their arms right now. That's something that ESA can be very proud of. And we had Intuitive Machines Athena lander try to land on the moon today. I'm not up to the second in the loop, but what I've heard so far, and I've watched the landing, is that it is not generating enough power. That might be related to its orientation on the surface, but it's not. It could be something else as well. It could just be that it's half in the shadow or something. They're still trying to figure it out, and probably I won't be able to stay in the loop on that right now because I'm doing the Starship Flight 8 stream. So if anybody has some information on that, updated information, send it into the chat. We'd probably all appreciate it. Okay. So much for my intro, and now the waiting starts. And as I said, fill this with questions. I'm always, this is kind of a ritual leading up to a launch. I'm trying to answer as many questions as you guys have. I'm speed talking until SpaceX goes live, basically, and it's a lot of fun. So if you have a question, hashtag question, and then your question, and it'll be answered. And if you combine it with a super chat, it's bumped up in the list. It's just because we appreciate the people that actually actively support us. Other than that, this stream is sponsored by MyRadar. That's a ritual we've done for the past, I don't know, 4 launch streams. MyRadar is actively working together with us behind the scenes as well to give our team weather data that we need out there in Boca Chica to do our business. And they're simply one of the best weather apps out there. So if you haven't tried them out yet, go to your app store and try out MyRadar. It's really, really good. We're going to have a launch weather report from Erica again, but the weather actually looks pretty good for today. So I think she's not going to say anything negative, hopefully. She'll be here in probably 45 minutes to give us an update. What else? think that's it for now. Oh, shout out to Raptor Roost. The guys are probably watching out there again. Our photographer is out there as well. That's our base for our launch operations out at Starbase. It's a little campground that is basically right next to the exclusion zone of SpaceX. So you can't get closer than that if you're not a SpaceX employee and you're lucky enough to sit in their Star Factory, which was incredible on the last stream. They actually were inside the Star Factory during a launch. I can't imagine what that must be. But if you want to have the second best opportunity to watch a Starship launch, go to raptorroost.com. These guys are epic. I can vouch for them. We have Redline Helicopter Tours. I want to shout out for Jax. I'm pretty sure he's watching right now as well. That's a helicopter company out there that we get all our flyover images from. And they offer this service to the community as well. So if you're ever out at Starbase, I've done these flights twice by now, and it's incredible to hover with a helicopter above Starbase. It's redlineheli.com/Felix if you want to have $25 off on that. That's it. That's good enough. Like and subscribe. And now we're going to go into questions. Let's see what you guys got, because I've already seen a few super chats. Thank you so much. Okay, so we have, let me see if this pops up as well. Does it? It should. There he goes. Okay, so we have shooting Australia. Let's just leave it at that. Thank you so much for your super chat. Just started work for the day. Enjoy your work day. I hope you find some time to watch the launch. We're 2 hours out roughly until SpaceX starts broadcasting, so you have time to wrap it up and tell your colleagues to cover for you. Then we have Rob Trike. Thank you so much for your super chat. Steffi wave. Somebody waves at you. She's smiling. She's waving back. She's in the background right now, managing all sorts of stuff that's needed for the stream. As I always say, it's not just a one-man show, and my wife is always there to help. She's smiling very much. Thank you for the super chat. We have Daniel Swan. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for all the hard work and awesome images. You're very, very welcome. As I said all the way in the beginning of the stream, this is the craziest hobby I've ever had. I don't want to miss it. I feel very, very fortunate to be such an important part in the spaceflight community. It lifts me up every day. So thank you so much for watching and for supporting and for cheering us along. It's a pleasure. It seriously is. Okay, we have Fuzz. Thank you so much for your super chat. Hope they got a lot of data from all that lifting. Glad we're back. Yeah. In between, there was even some talk about the chopsticks being damaged during the lifting. That luckily wasn't the case. I was already flipping when I heard that. It's like, this is cursed. But so far, it isn't. Everything worked out. They inspected both vehicles thoroughly. So, and the latest update we got is that they're still tracking. So fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. I do want to see this thing launch today. We have IndiePal. Thank you so much for your super chat. How high does the Starship go? I don't know its actual altitude, like its apogee peak. Does anybody in the team know that? I know it's suborbital, so it's probably going to go to, let's say, 200 kilometers in altitude, something like that, maybe 250. That's about the altitude that they go to, so that they can immediately deorbit again, maybe even lower than 200. I honestly don't know the number from the top of my head, but they calculate the height, the altitude that they reach, so that the Starship, even if it completely turns off, once it's done its full burn, even if it completely turns off, it would follow a ballistic trajectory and re-enter the atmosphere again. They do that. That's another thing that comes up a lot. And if you're one of those, listen up. Starships haven't reached orbit yet because they don't want to. It's not because they couldn't. They could have shot all those Starships into orbit. But if you don't know if your vehicle is reliable and if it has a heat shield, 150, says Chris right now. So I was in the ballpark. Yeah, so I was in the ballpark. It's chosen that low in altitude so that it definitely does re-enter as planned in the location where they want to re-enter it. Because imagine a 120-ton empty dry mass Starship with a heat shield that deorbits in a place where you don't want it to deorbit. And the problem is as well, it saves a little bit of its fuel for its landing burn, so its tanks aren't empty. If that thing would smash into something that is inhabited, SpaceX would have a lot of trouble, and the people down there in that location would have even more trouble. That is the reason why Starships do not enter orbit yet. It's not because they couldn't. They could perfectly. They could just let the engines burn for a little longer and then they'd be in orbit. But imagine something would happen. The contact to that upper stage would be lost. You have 120 tons of steel protected by a heat shield waiting to re-enter where you can't predict it. So that's the reason why they don't go to orbit, nothing else. All right. And I mean, questioning if SpaceX can reach orbit is kind of like they do that twice a week. Okay, so here's the next one. We have Jason Nell. Thank you so much for the super chat. Can you give us an ETA, so an estimated time of arrival, and what might be left to get Pad B up and going? Okay, so yeah, that's a lengthy question. And do you think they will rebuild Pad A? I have just, give me a second. Lost a connection here, but that's okay. We're still live. There we go. Okay. Yeah, a window crashed here. And since we had a streaming software crash on the last one, like 5 minutes before the launch, we're kind of a little bit tipsy with that right now. Okay, so can you give an ETA on Pad B? And do you think they will rebuild Pad A? Okay, so Pad B, I would split that into 2 ETAs. ETA number 1 would be when it's ready to catch something, and ETA number 2 is when it's ready to launch something. I separate those because I do believe that SpaceX is going to use Pad B possibly before they can launch something from there to catch an upper stage, because that's what they want to do hopefully on the next flight if this one goes perfect, but it might also be shifted to the flight after that. So, but the plan, as far as I know, is if everything goes well on this one, they're going to try to catch a ship on the next one. And for that, you could either be extremely quick or keep the Starship in orbit for longer, just so that you have time to free up Pad A after the booster catch. You could also divert a booster to the water and just catch the ship, but that would be a waste. And I know SpaceX is sometimes really pushy with their goals, so I wouldn't be surprised if they try to catch the ship on Pad B. That is highly speculative and it doesn't need to come true, but that's why I'm kind of separating the ETAs into catching and being able to launch. So if I would say, that's by the way, my dog, he's in the studio as well. So if I would want to give an estimate, which is of course like completely looking into the crystal ball, and an ETA for a catch is probably 2 months from now. I think until then, they might be able to catch something because you just need to put a stand under the chopsticks and then you can set whatever you caught onto that stand and that's it. So you only need to have the chopsticks operational with everything to it. And an ETA for launch is at least half a year out, in my opinion, because you need to test systems, everything needs to cure, there's a lot of concrete involved, they're still not ready to implement the flame diverter that they built, the entire pad is still missing. So there's plenty of stuff that just needs to be built. That's not because Am I back?
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, that's us with our streaming software. I promise we're going to try to get this fixed until the next one. The software has never left us alone, and now it's acting up, and we don't know what it is. It might be a driver on the server that we use to stream this or something. We haven't figured it out yet, but we're quick at restarting. So it happens again, it's 10 seconds and we're back. That's the fix we have right now. I'm very, very sorry for that. Okay, so I was in the middle of answering the question with the chopsticks, and I don't know where I was. Oh, a Pad A design. So this launch stool that I always call the thing, as you can see, the rocket is sitting on it right now, is a design that they tried out and they found out that it doesn't really work. It is really hard to reach for maintenance purposes. Every time you see all this army of cherry pickers go up after a launch, that's not what you want to have. It means the hardware, the ground hardware is hard to reach in spots where you have to go often. And so a larger pad that you can actually walk up to or have an elevator or something to reach your things in there is going to be better. And that's what they're building at Pad B right now. So Pad B is besides the Mechazilla, much more a traditional launch pad than Pad A. And that answers the second one. Yes, they are definitely going to refurbish Pad A. I would not be surprised if as soon as Pad B is fully operational, they start putting scaffolding on Pad A. And I would also not be surprised if they get rid of that launch stool. So the OLM, the orbital launch mount, I think it's going to go. The tower itself should be fine with a few upgrades, maybe the shorter chopsticks, because Pad B has much smaller catch arms, because they found out halfway through, because nobody has ever built this before, that these arms don't need to be that long. I actually predicted that way before they came up with the shorter arms. I was wondering why they made them so long, because a Falcon 9, which is comparable in its landing ability coming back from space, it doesn't need that much space, that much wiggle room to land in a spot. And so I was curious why they chose so much wiggle room for the Mechazilla, and now they're reverting away from it. That's all iterative design, and that everything there is tied into that. They even call this entire pad, so the tower that you see there and the OLM under it, they call it stage 0, which tells you how much this is involved with the rocket itself, way more than with any other rocket in the world. The pad does a lot of stuff that you can then take out of the rocket. You can just have it in the pad itself, like landing legs. Falcon 9 has landing legs, and it lands on a landing zone or in a drone ship out on the ocean. Starship doesn't have that. On the moon it will. The upper stage for moon landings and Mars landings will definitely need legs, because we don't have a Mechazilla out there yet. I made a really good video about that. If the moderators want to put a link in there for you to bookmark it, it goes through the entire history and why SpaceX chose to take the legs off of the Starship, because it's a really, really good example for how they think. But yeah, it's a way different thing than anything that has been built before. That is for sure. That was an excellent question. Thank you, Jason. Okay, we have Outdoor Dean. Thank you so much for your super chat. Thanks for everything you and your team does. Thank you for including the team. Everybody on the team smiles when they hear that stuff. Give a cheer to the team in the chat. They're right now. I can see them here in my back end, and they're all going like this right now and getting their arms up and so on and so forth, because I do get all the attention, but I don't get to do all the work. So now is your chance to shout out to the team as well. They're really, really happy to read this. Okay, so we have Dan Rogers. Thank you so much for the super chat. Can you explain how a human lunar mission could be accomplished solely by SpaceX? That's pretty easy. Right now, the SLS sees a crew of astronauts launch in an Orion capsule atop of an SLS rocket towards a gateway, a space station around the moon, and then from that space station they're supposed to get into the HLS Starship and then land on the moon. In my opinion, that's really strange, because that's kind of like traveling to the moon in your Honda Jazz and then getting into your Winnebago to land. If a HLS Starship is so huge and gives you so much more comfort and things to carry and so on and so forth, it doesn't make much sense. So my improvement would be launch these moon-going astronauts on a Crew Dragon, which is a very reliable, time-proven space vehicle, crewed space vehicle. It's cheap. It's way cheaper than an SLS rocket. Make that dock to an HLS Starship and then ferry them over to the moon. That should be possible. And it should still, even if you calculate the refueling flights you need for that HLS Starship, because it needs fuel to travel between Moon and Earth. Even including that, it would be way cheaper than an SLS. But the current administration and the one before it as well, the Congress has doubted SLS for years now, so this isn't a new thing. And I'm hoping that they're going to do some changes there, because it's just eating up too much money that NASA needs for other missions. Imagine if they could use that SLS budget that they could free up with existing hardware and put that into science missions, put that into actually researching how to build an outpost on the moon or on Mars, make more rovers, make more telescopes, make interesting science missions. That's, I think, the core of what NASA should do. And the private industry has shown that they are really, really good at building vehicles, not just SpaceX. There's plenty of companies out there either already having active launch vehicles in operation that are really, really well, or tons of them still coming up. You have Nova, you have now I'm missing all the names. You have Rocket Lab, you have Stokes Place, you have Relativity, you have Blue Origin with New Glenn coming up, and so on and so forth. You have the Dream Chaser being built. There are so many alternatives that you can easily implement. Neutron was the one from Rocket Lab, and so on and so forth. There's plenty of options. So it would actually be pretty easy to either just do it with SpaceX or to have another option available rather soon. And it would be cheaper than SLS. Even though I love SLS, I was there for Artemis 1, and it was one of the most spectacular things I've ever seen, seeing NASA work together to launch the rocket, seeing all the infrastructure needed, seeing the rocket launch itself. It is absolutely amazing. But the question is it useful? So that's my thought on SLS. Thank you for the question. That was really good. We have, I don't know. Thank you so much for your super chat. Grüße aus Berlin. Greetings from Berlin. So yeah, as I said, 3 years ago, I moved to Florida. Half my family is from the United States, so I knew what country I was moving into, and I don't regret it. But Germany is my old home, so a lot of greetings back to Berlin and to anybody else from Germany who's watching right now. Thank you. We have Benny Boy. Benny Boy 1702 plays. Thank you so much for your super chat. Hi from the UK. Hope it won't be a roller coaster ride like the first try. So you were there. It was hard on our brains. Yeah, it was, especially because it's the 40-second hold. You know, if they call it like 10 minutes before, it's like, all right. But at that 40-second mark, the heart is racing and you're full of anticipation of seeing the thing ignite. And then, yeah, you know, so that wasn't the nicest thing to happen. Today looks beautiful, though. As you can see in the camera picture here, the weather is even better, so we don't have the fog problem, which gives us a clearer picture. You can see that the tank farm is already pre-chilling lines and so on and so forth. It's exactly the same picture as it was last time, so they're tracking for a launch, and let's just hope that this time they're going through the 40-second mark. For everybody who's just joined in, I know I'm repeating myself. Please do like the stream, subscribe to the channel. I have hopes that we're going to reach 590,000 subscribers today, which would be absolutely amazing. If you want to put a smile on the team, that is the way to go. Send in a super chat if you want to. The stream is sponsored by MyRadar. That's the best weather app out there. If you don't know it yet, check it out on your app store. We're going to have a weather report here soon from a meteorologist from the MyRadar team as well. Check out redlineheli.com/Felix if you want to get a helicopter flight above Starbase, and you even get $25 off if you use my link. That's Redline Helicopter Tours. These guys are closely working together with us. Jax, the guy who owns that place, is a friend of ours at this point because we talk so much to organize flyover images, when to fly, where to go, what to look out for, and so on and so forth. So that's your advantage there. If you book a flight with them, they're experts at this point because we talk to them all the time. So they know exactly what you want to see. You just got to get into the helicopter and enjoy the most fascinating thing ever. I've done it twice. Shout out to Raptor Roost, my friends out there directly at the exclusion zone. It's the best spot where you can watch a launch. Go to raptorroost.com. Yeah, it's amazing. That's another thing that's been more and more evolving over the past 6 years since I started the channel is these companies that we work together with to bring you all this stuff. All the companies that I just named they're close partners, and it's a lot of fun to work with them. And that's why I can name all their, like, it's Andy from MyRadar, and it's Jax from Redline Heli, and it's Keith from Raptor Roost, and so on and so forth. These people are who we work with every day. So this isn't just a paid sponsorship. This is way more than that. So thank you for working with us at the Y Team. If you want to make the Y Team smile, like and subscribe. Thank you so much. Okay, next question. We have a little bit of time. We have, what time is it now? 4:04 Eastern. I really want them to launch. It looks beautiful out there. All right. So we have Daniel Thornquest. Thank you so much for your super chat. Question: can they work on pad B between holds? No. A hold means that the rocket is fully fueled on the pad. If you mean the times in between the launches, yeah, if they're long enough. But the problem is, for a lot of that work, they need cranes. And those cranes, as you can see in the background there's one crane boom that you can see, but that's actually just the support boom next to pad B there. That is at a 45-degree angle off to the right from the tower. that's just a support boom of one of those cranes because they're huge. And for most of the stuff, they need those cranes. And before a launch, they lay the cranes down because a Starship gives you a lot of vibration, shock waves, all sorts of nasty stuff that you don't want to see on your equipment. And so they lay all those cranes flat on the ground when a launch comes. And to raise that crane again takes some time. Yeah, so they can, but not really productive. What you can see here in the split screen right now, there's something interesting as well. That's the water deluge system tanks. So that's the system that is attached to that plate that SpaceX has between those OLM legs where the water shoots out. You can watch out for that. Like roughly 10 seconds before ignition occurs, water starts spewing out of this metal plate under the pad. It has lots of tiny holes in it, and lots of water pressure makes it shoot out from the bottom. That was SpaceX's hot fix for this pad design that in the end wasn't really optimal, and they're already changing it on Pad B because on the first launch, they built a tunnel digging machine. Flight number 1 made this huge mess under the pad. They ignited the rocket. I was there live. It was scary. The rocket took forever to lift off because it had engine failures on the booster, so its thrust to weight ratio wasn't the best. So it took ages for the rocket to get off the pad. And even with the naked eye, from our vantage point, you could see these huge chunks of concrete fly away from the pad. That was before they had these tanks with water filled, ready to blast out before the rocket launches. So yeah, and there on the side, you can see Pad B as well, and you see those cranes that are on the ground there. That's what I was talking about. So that makes it hard for them to do productive work in between these checkups or scrubs. They can, but it's not easy. So yeah, there's your answer for that. There you go. That's the cranes. And as you can see, they're all flat on the ground. And that's the thing. And that is to protect them from the launch. So yes, in theory you could, but it isn't very productive. We have Mr. Cool. Thank you so much for your super chat. Hello, Felix. It's nice to meet, to be a member. You rock. Thank you so much for becoming a member. That's something I haven't even mentioned yet. If you want to support us in a way that gives you something back, a super chat gives us a smile. That's hopefully something in return as well. But if you want to have substantial stuff back, the best thing you can do is you can ask Mr. Cool, is to become a channel member or a patron. With that, you get access to all our picture galleries. You get ad-free episode uploads so that you don't have to watch these constant ads on YouTube. You get chats with me. You get access to our Discord server. You get all the animations that Wooper, Elliot, our 3D editor, 3D animator in the background that he produces for the videos. We normally release those on top for our patrons and channel members so that they can just take a look at those and so on and so forth. So you get a massive amount of extras. I honestly don't know who puts out so many extras on Patreon. So we put a lot of effort into that. We have tons of patrons and channel members. I think it's more than 6,000 at this point who actively support us every month. And it is a substantial part of keeping all these efforts up. So if you want to join that team, you will get a lot of stuff, extras on top. Okay, we have Toby Wooby. Toby Wooby. Thank you so much for your super chat. We're all watching for you from Raptor Roost. Woo! Hello, Raptor Roost. How are you guys doing out there? I wish I was out there. I've done 2 launches from out there. I know exactly where you are right now, and it is a joy. Again, bringing this up for everybody else who might think about watching a Starship launch in person, because it is a crazy experience every time. To see this kind of stuff in person is crazy. It's definitely worth it if you can make it down there. It's raptorroost.com. It's a really, really cool community. Including everything, even tacos before the launch and everything. It's just a blast to be down there. So shout out to Raptor Roost. Nice. I love it. We have Danny Young. Thank you so much for your super chat. You're the best. Thank you so much. But I'm not alone. It's also a team in the background. Been watching you for a long time, and time for me to support you. Your awesome work. We are from Peterborough, Ontario. Peterborough or Borough? How do you say that in English? In US English, in UK English, it would probably be Peterborough or something like that. Ontario. I dare you to come see us. I dare you to come see us. Yeah, well, I have a lot of spots that I still want to see here in the United States. I've been to several states already. It's a beautiful continent for anybody from Europe or anybody anywhere else. who's thinking about it, it's worth it. The United States are stunningly beautiful in some places, and Ontario, I've already heard it's a nice spot. So maybe I will. I won't promise right now, but if I do, I'm always making shout outs for meetups and stuff like that if I do manage to get out of the house, besides reporting about spaceflight. So I'll keep you in the loop on that. Thank you so much. Okay, we have Matt Fast. Thank you so much for your super chat. Oh, by the way, for everybody else, if you're wondering why I'm reading these questions, hashtag question into the chat and I'll pick it up, or the team will pick it up and I'll answer your question. Okay, we have Matt Fast. Thank you so much for your super chat. Plans for future YT designs. Love Mechazilla. Yes, we do have a few T design plans for the future. It's because I'm wearing it right now. This kind of stuff. Oh, I love it. That's my Raptor 3 shirt, our Raptor 3 shirt. I'm already saying mine. It's because my closet is completely filled with merch from others. I love merch, and that's why we have so many merch designs on our store as well, because it's a passion project of mine, and we're already working on the next ones. Yeah, it's going to be Block 2 Starship and Booster in a wireframe design, very likely, and we're working on it. We're always working on something new, so watch out for that. I can even, maybe give me a second, I'm going to check something real quick here for you, because that's something that the current manufacturer of our merchandise isn't doing perfectly. If somebody from Spreadshirt is watching right now, you can improve on this, because they do have promos, but you can never see if they do have promos right now or when they're going to have their next one, or so on and so forth. So actually right now they're running a promotion, 15% off on everything. So if you go to our merch store from today until the 11th, and that's what I mean, I didn't even know about it. So Spreadshirt, shout out to you. You need to make this more obvious. 15% on everything. So if you want to grab something, it is 15% cheaper right now. That's a good news. Okay, so then yeah, that's the T designs that we're working on right now, is wireframes of Starships. They look amazing. And Elliot Vooper, our 3D animator, is working on those in the background, and they turned out beautiful. And we want to turn that into a t-shirt design. So look out for that in the future. Then we have Pete FMB. Thank you so much for your super chat. Great job, Felix and team. Please fix a link to 3D Starship models. Yeah, that's I'll you know what? You'll get that from me. That is this one. Go to that website. That's where almost like 90% of all the models that I have in the studio or anywhere in the house. Actually, at one point, Steffi already said we moved into a new house recently, and we put up pictures on the walls, and like 90% of those, I'm looking over to her right now, she's sitting next to me, and like 90% of those were rockets. and she said, hey, do we have anything else that we can put in the living room? We of course ended up putting rockets on the wall, even in the living room, and there's lots of models throughout the entire house as well, and most of those are from morethan3d.com. It's An Zhuang. I have one of those models right next to me here to explain things, and the entire studio is filled with them. He does a really, really good job of making these models, and he's selling either the files to print it and also the prints themselves, but I think right now he doesn't sell many prints. So you would need to give these files. You can buy the files on that website. If you don't know much about 3D printing, you can take those files and give them to another website that prints out this kind of stuff professionally, and then they'll ship it over to you. That's if you don't have a 3D printer at home, the best way to get the models that I have in the studio, and they're really, really good. He also has Crew Dragon capsule. That's that thing over there in the shelf. It's not focused, but it's beautiful stuff. He really does a really, really good job with this. Shout out to Anne again. Thank you for sending these over to me. It's like every time I get one, it's kind of like Christmas. So that's the 3D models. We have Sean McPherson. Thank you so much for your super chat. Let's go to space. Yes. That's another benefit about the Starship program, is that if this actually works, and once they have starships with life support, so systems that you can actually put a crew on board, expect space tourism to become a much bigger thing than it is right now. Because if SpaceX can actually pull off these very, very I don't want to say cheap. I want to say cost-effective launches, because cheap is such a negative word. But if they pull this off, launch costs will plummet to almost nothing compared to today. And that, if you combine that with a Starship that can maybe even get 50 people or 100 people at the same time to space, prepare for flying space hotels. And if that ever happens, and if it's at a somewhat achievable price, I'm going to do a live stream from up there for you guys. That's for sure. So let's go to space. Absolutely. Okay, so we have the next one. Or do we? Yeah, we have another 15 minutes until Erica is here, so we're good. We have, give me a second. Eric Locklear, thank you so much for your super chat. Do you anticipate SpaceX mixing Raptor 2 and 3 engines together on Starship boosters? Nope. Right now they're running 2.5, which sounds kind of strange. It is a mixture of Raptor 2 engines, but an interface that can theoretically also already take Raptor 3 engines. That's because they don't have enough Raptor 3 engines yet. They're still testing them to failure. Today, there was another test. I've seen it from NASA Spaceflight. Shout out to them, McGregor camera. They had another Raptor test to failure. And that tells you that they're right now putting it through its paces. They want to make very sure that the design actually works the way it should before they put it under a Starship. And you can see massive amounts of vapor at the launch site right now. I'm sorry, I'm distracted. This is really good. Okay, so they're putting it through its paces right now, but on the prototype side, and that is typical SpaceX again, because they don't want to limit a department. If you tell the booster development department that it is supposed to wait for Raptor 3, they can't keep going, right? Because they're blocked by the Raptor 3 engine not widely available yet. So what they do is they put an interface in that can take the old engine, but is also designed for the new engine. That is 2.5. And that's what they're doing right now. And as soon as Raptor 3 is there, they're going to exclusively equip Raptor 3s. I would be very surprised if they would run them in a hybrid model, because that makes it hard for the avionics. If you have two different designs of engines, because Raptor 3 is a substantial upgrade to Raptor 2, I think they're not going to do that. They could probably, but why would they? They can also wait until they have enough Raptor 3s and then just run it purely on Raptor 3 power, which is going to be even more amazing. There are so many milestones still to come, even only in the next few months on the Starship project. It's crazy. Very much looking forward to that. The Raptor 3 on its own, that's why we have the t-shirt on the store, 15% off, I just looked at it, is because Raptor 3 is such an unreal engine that even Tory Bruno, and I love the guy, and he knows what he's talking about. He's been in the space industry for decades now. He was doubting that picture that SpaceX released of the first Raptor 3 was a fully assembled engine, because it's such a naked and sleek design with everything integrated into the other parts that he said this isn't the fully assembled engine. And then the next day, Gwynne Shotwell doubled down on this, showing the world a picture of that exact same engine setup running on a test stand. That's Raptor 3. So it's a testament for what an awesome job SpaceX and the entire team is doing out there. If anybody from SpaceX is watching right now, and I know there are plenty, you guys rock. And I think everybody here in the chat will agree with that. You're doing a stellar job. You're keeping us all entertained while achieving goals in the spaceflight industry that no one has ever achieved. It's amazing. So keep tinkering, keep working, keep welding, and keep testing, so that we one day actually go to the moon and Mars. That would be absolutely amazing. I mean, we've been to the moon, but not for staying there. We went there to scoop up some dirt, put a flag out, and give Russia what they wanted to see. And then we disappeared again, and it was canceled, and that was it. Back in the days, the Apollo program was already aiming for Mars, and nothing has ever happened. And so seeing starships being developed is such a nice thing. I'm really, really hoping that this is going to launch today. We have Arctic Lord. Thank you so much for your super chat. Question: isn't SpaceX concerned that a rival might retrieve one of the spaceships from the ocean? Well, they would be filmed while doing it, because they have buoys out there. That's another thing that I heard a few times before, is that SpaceX always unscheduled lands in the water without wanting it. if they wouldn't want to land in the water, they wouldn't have buoys out there filming it every time. And the buoy isn't a fast ship or something. It needs to stick in a spot, and that's exactly where the Starship lands. So they're landing them out in the Indian Ocean, where the water is really, really deep, and these Starships don't float long. So they actually, even if they do not sink, they either salvage them or they make them sink on purpose. So they shoot them. I've even seen them carry rifles to shoot boosters so that they would sink to the bottom of the ocean. So they make everything to either salvage it or to make it sink down to the bottom of the ocean. And in the Indian Ocean, getting something up from the bottom of the ocean is insanely hard. And again, they would be filmed while doing it. So I don't think the chance is large. But yes, you're absolutely right. If there would be a possibility, SpaceX would be against it. Absolutely. And it's internationally covered by ITAR, because every rocket that's built in the United States is automatically classified as weapons technology, because you could theoretically put a bomb on top and launch it somewhere else, even though it would be completely stupid, because that's what intercontinental missiles are for. So it would be it wouldn't be practical, but theoretically you could do it, and that's why it is classified as weapons technology. So if anybody touches that stuff and the United States finds out about it, they'll definitely want it back, and it would be a diplomatic incident. So even though it's possible that it might happen, that would take a lot of guts from somebody to actually do it. It hasn't happened yet. Alkis Nicolao, I'm very sorry for butchering the name. First manned Starship Flight. Okay, that's a short, very on-point question. So I would change that to crewed. We're not in the 80s anymore. I don't want to start a discussion in the chat, by the way. We had that on the last one. I'm indifferent to this, but yeah, the first crewed Starship. Yeah, well, theoretically, Artemis 3. No, actually, it would be Polaris Dawn. No, not Polaris Dawn, but Polaris 2. Polaris 2. That's Jared Isaacman working together with SpaceX. Though right now he's the NASA administrator, or he isn't yet, or is he? Has he been confirmed? I'm very much looking forward to him starting his job, because he is so involved in spaceflight, and I've had interviews with him before and met him. He's a very, very straight thinking person, I would say. He's very calculated. He knows what he's doing. He's built up multi-billion-dollar companies, flies fighter jets as a hobby, and is an astronaut. So the guy knows what he's talking about, and he would be really, really good as a NASA administrator. But when that first crewed Starship flight actually occurs is extremely hard to say. What I know is that there are two parallel processes in developing it. Number one would be that rocket you can see on the pad there. Of course, that's important if you want to send crew up with it. It needs to be absolutely reliable. So SpaceX will want to get like 100 flights into the books before they actually put people on top of one. That's the first thing that needs to be achieved. And the second thing that needs to be achieved is, of course, you can't put them in a payload bay. They would probably not be that happy, because that doesn't have any life support, no chairs, no nothing. So that wouldn't be a comfortable ride. So you need life support. You need a crew cabin and everything like that. But that is a separate process of development. That's another question or another statement that I'm often confronted with, is people saying, how can SpaceX launch crew next year or even the year after if they don't even have anything to show yet? This second development is running behind closed doors. Meaning, could you, Chewy, shh, you gotta be quiet, I'm streaming. Sorry, dog. He saw somebody out the window. Sorry. So it's two separate processes. Number one is the rocket on the pad, and number two is behind closed doors. So they are developing this. I've talked to Doug Wheelock, for example, who is a several times NASA astronaut, very seasoned guy, extremely talented. And he's actively helping with NASA right now, designing the cockpit for such a crewed Starship. So they also have all the technology they need for life support, because they have an operational Crew Dragon. You just need to scale that system up, and then you can implement this basically into they know exactly how large that payload bay is and how much space they have for such a crew compartment, so they can design and develop this thing behind closed doors. And that's the reason why it kind of seems like they only have the Starship there. How are they supposed to get astronauts to the moon if there's no other hardware? The other hardware is behind closed doors, because that is even more important intellectual property from NASA, from SpaceX, and several other partners as well, likely. And so this is kept behind closed doors. They do not want anybody to take pictures of that, and I can perfectly understand that as well. They do have a mock-up at Starbase, which is an old nose cone that they put a few, like they roughly sketched out what this crew compartment will look like in this white nose cone. It's not an active development thing. It is more like for whenever an investor comes, or somebody who's interested in this, or somebody who has to do something with this and might want to get into a position where they actually design the crew compartment, they get shown this mock-up. But that's the only thing we've ever seen of it, besides an elevator, some very, very rough internal designs that we've seen a while back, but it's all very, very rough designs and nothing specific. But that makes us see that they're actively building it already. So we'll report about it at WAI as soon as they ship something to Starbase. That's all I can give you on that. When that first manned or crewed flight is going to be, I have no clue. If I would take everything, if I disregard everything, like all the estimates from NASA and SpaceX and rumors we've heard, just by looking at the development process right now, I'd say it's at least 1 year out, possibly 2, because you need to have the rocket reliable. That's the biggest thing there. You can develop the crew compartment and test that, but you need to have a reliable rocket. It cannot explode when there's people on board. So they'll have to have launches in the books, tons of launches in the books, and that takes time. They are not at the fast launch cadence that they want to have yet. Yes. And so yeah, at the absolute fastest 1 year, possibly 2. That's what I would say right now. Okay, so we have Erica from the MyRadar team, a very talented meteorologist from the MyRadar team, standing by for us to do a launch weather report. I'll let her. Yeah. I was about to say. Yes. I'll do that as soon as we're actually talking about it. I'm talking behind the scenes here with Jonathan in the background, so don't be confused. Yeah, no worries. I'm gonna put a window up here. So in about 5 minutes, she's going to give us the latest weather report. And look at that fuel farm already spooling up here. So this definitely looks like SpaceX is tracking for a launch still. Everything looks exactly the same. It should look before a launch. The vapor that you see here is largely from pre-cooling lines and everything that is needed to fuel the Starship. The reason for that is this stuff that they fill into this Starship is extremely cold. It is cryogenically cooled propellants. And if you put something really, really cold onto something that is room temperature or even hotter, without pre-cooling it, you give the material that is in contact with that cryogenic fuel extreme amounts of stress. And since SpaceX wants to use this tank farm for possibly 100 launches or so, they're pre-cooling the lines and doing all these things in preparation to actually start fueling the Starship. And that's what you see here in the background running right now. It's amazing. So for everybody who has just joined, we are hopefully getting ready to see SpaceX launch Starship Flight 8 for the second time. The first one was a scrub. Hopefully we're not going to see the same thing again today. We have ship 34 on top, booster 15 on the bottom. The ship itself is the first Block 2 Starship, which is a major change from the Block 1 Starship in its design. It has different forward flaps moved out of the plasma flow on reentry. It has larger fuel tanks and a slightly smaller payload bay to give it more delta V and to make it more versatile for future missions once it's operational. And there's 1,000+ other changes in there since the last launch even, because SpaceX is extremely fast. And that is why we saw possibly saw a scrub the last time, and why we saw the Flight 7 fail after the booster separation. The booster was caught again, which is miraculous. It's amazing every time it happens. But the Starship itself had a failure in the attic, which is a space above the engine, so above the engine heat shield, but below the lowest fuel tank dome. So there's a space in between there. And since the Starship experienced something they call harmonic resonance on the way up, which basically just means that there were vibrations, and those vibrations hit a certain frequency, and that frequency made these vibrations amplify. Each time it vibrated to one side, it got a little bit more energy and vibrated back to the other side, and more and more and more and more and more, until it ruptured. Fuel lines started leaking, propellant got spewed into that attic, and at some point that turned into a fire, which made the engines shut off. And then they lost communication, and 3 minutes after losing communication, the flight termination system triggered, and we got an awesome light show, which was great for the views from below, but it's not what SpaceX wants to see. And so they did a lot of changes on this new Block 2 Starship. They introduced a nitrogen venting system, actually nitrogen fire suppression system in that attic that I just talked about. They introduced more venting capacity in the attic, all sorts of fixes to try to prevent what happened on the last flight. And that's a good example for why they have to launch several Starships until it actually works. That is something that would have been really, really hard to find on the ground. Of course, they did test, but they never found these harmonic resonances during tests on the ground. And so that's also the reason why this new ship that is on top there right now has done a 57-second static fire prior to this launch, which is something unprecedented. We've not seen that from SpaceX yet. Normally, a static fire is 6 seconds and not 60 seconds. So that tells you how much they prepared for this launch. And I do think, can I get something from the background here? Is Erica ready? All right. Yes. Hello, Erica. Can you hear me? Yes, I do. Can everybody else hear Erica? All right. So this is Erica from the MyRadar team.
Hi.
She is a professional meteorologist, and she is going to give us a rundown on today's launch weather, if there is anything, a problem there, and maybe even an outlook onto the next few days if we do hit a scrub again today. So take it, Erica. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Felix, for having me again. Second attempt of the launch. And I think in terms of viewability, I know last time we were talking about the cloud coverage, the fogginess. A lot of people were worried about that. Cloud coverage doesn't usually affect rocket launches unless we have a certain type of cloud, which is cumulus cloud. And that wasn't a worry last time, and it's not a worry this time. Of course, you're seeing the cameras, clear skies. Now, one of the things that we've been talking about over the last several days, and if you've been down to South Texas, it tends to get pretty windy, and that's what we're still seeing. But I think there's going to be some good news heading into the next hour or two, right before the rocket launches. I think the winds will start to calm down just a little bit. But taking a look at our screen here, this is the MyRadar app. That's the company that I work for, and this is what you're looking at, one of our map views. Now, I have the satellite feature turned on. It's one of our newest features that you can access in the app. Last time, pretty cloudy scene. This time, just taking a wide view. A couple of clouds in the sky, nothing that's going to make way for that visibility to view the rocket launch or anything that's going to get in the way of a rocket launch. You see temperatures overall pretty warm. There was some smoke in the sky yesterday. I think yesterday's conditions weren't so favorable for a launch, so it's a good thing that it's happening today, or I should say Tuesday. Wednesday was a little better, but the winds, I think, in the launch window timeframe will be a little bit better. You can see the movement of the clouds. Now, we do have winds coming in from the south, and that's making way for that dry air. Now, one of the things that is making way for the gusty winds is we're still in between low pressure and high pressure. But as that high moves a little bit more to the east, and that's doing it here over the next several hours, the winds will start to taper down. So I can actually show you winds in each layer of the atmosphere. And this is something that we use as meteorologists pretty much on a daily basis. We call this a SKU-T, or sounding, and it helps profile the views in the layers of the atmosphere. So each little bar that you're seeing on the screen here, and I want to zoom in because this not only helps us look at the winds, but also helps us look at upper level temperatures and moisture. But primarily for this, I want to focus on the winds right now at about 20 knots at the surface. As you go higher, not too bad here. Now, this is measured at the National Weather Service in Brownsville, which right now, since SpaceX is launching off the coast in Brownsville, it's a little bit windier. So the winds are a little bit calmer closer to the coast. Gusty winds are more so in the Brownsville region, which is about 30 minutes just out of where the launch pad is. So that's some good news. I think the wind criteria will start to calm down here over the next several hours. And I can show you another map here, and that'll show you kind of the winds over the next 2 hours. And I guess it went away here. Let's see if I can pull it back up. But it basically shows from between 5 and 6. The wind gust will be at about 28 to 29 miles per hour. Now, that was similar to what we were seeing on Monday. So I don't think winds, and especially as they start to calm down here over the next several hours, will not be a huge issue, at least for the launch. So really, I know winds, and we were seeing gusts at 40 miles per hour just above me. I think those are more measured for specifically National Weather Service in Brownsville, where they are under a wind advisory. The coast is not, South Padre Island is not, Port Isabel is not. So that is some good news, at least in terms of what we're watching for the winds. And over the next several days, so interestingly enough, we're still going to keep those gusty winds over the next, I would say, and for the next couple hours. And then as we head towards the evening, they will actually start to calm down to about 10 to 15 miles per hour, which is perfect. And then if it does happen to get delayed today, which I hope it doesn't, the winds will be way more favorable for launch tomorrow. Calm, at least if the launch window stays at 5:30 p.m. after, the winds will be much calmer. It'll be clear. So tomorrow's weather a little bit better if you were comparing it to the winds, and the weekend the winds pick up once again. So really, I think the biggest thing that we're tracking with this is what the winds are going to do over the next several days. Now, if you're seeing the map and you're curious about how to access this, MyRadar is a completely free app. You can download it for free, and it'll show you forecasts. Not only is it here based in the US, but it's a global app. So if you're traveling anywhere around the world, you can point where you want a forecast for, even if it's somewhere, let's say like Australia, or you're in Asia or Europe. It'll give you a forecast for those locations as well. So not just for if you're in South Texas or anywhere in the country, it's a global weather app, and we track weather all around the globe. So just a little bit of tidbit on what MyRadar is. And at least for now, I think the winds will be fine for the launch window. Tomorrow, the winds will be even better. And then the weekend, the wind starts to pick up. But for now, I think weather is looking great, Felix, and it's not going to be a worry for this launch.
Cool. So I think Felix is actually still gone. So he's taking
Okay.
his little break while we're doing this right now. He's just coming back, but I just wanted to say again, I'm actually over here in Germany using MyRadar as well for weather forecast, and I can only recommend it. It's a great app. And thank you so much, Erica, for this great weather report.
Yeah, Jonathan, thank you so much. And thank you all for having me again. I always love doing these.
Cool. Thank you so much. And let's hope we're actually going to see a launch today.
Here, it's much appreciated. Seriously, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm back. You just listened to Erica's weather report. This is something extremely important in spaceflight, especially the sounding with the upper level winds that she talked about is extremely important for spaceflight. But as you heard, there shouldn't be a problem. I can. All right. That was the off again. Okay, so let me just take a quick look at what we're looking here at the pad right now. So we still have, give me a second. I gotta sort some windows here. 1 second. So this goes here. So there we go. Okay, so So we have venting at the pad for everybody who has just joined us. We're waiting for SpaceX to do their second attempt at launching Starship Flight 8. I'm very much hoping that they're going to launch today because this is a lot of work in the background with the team. We're basically pulling double shifts right now, giving you information in our regular episodes and posts on social media and so on and so forth. And at the same time, we're waiting together with you to watch a launch. So we're really hoping that this thing is going to launch today, especially for SpaceX, because they already have the next prototypes in testing and they want to launch more and more and more to refine their design. What you're looking at here on the pad is Ship 34 on top and Booster 15 on the bottom. You have a Block 2 Starship on the top and a Block 1 booster on the bottom. So the boosters are a little behind the Starships right now in their design phase. But that's a typical thing for SpaceX. They love splitting things up so that the different departments that are developing different things, I said that earlier with the HLS Starship, so that they're not blocked by another department, because it's different developments. If you build a crew cabin for a Starship that's supposed to land on the moon, it's a different thing than getting the rocket to be reliable, which is needed if you want to put a crew inside. So that's a perfect example, and the Starship and the booster are just another example of exactly that. Even the way they're connected. Right now they're connected with a so-called hot staging ring, or short HSR if you're a total rocket geek. That thing is an intermediate solution. The Block 2 booster is going to have struts as far as we know right now. So a similar design to Russia's Soyuz rockets. They have, between the stage, they have these struts. And that's what SpaceX intends to use on the Block 2 Starship, at least as far as we know right now. These plans change. And so on and so forth. So the entire design in the end is supposed to be larger and have more engines. And they have even talked about raising the diameter. Once they're done raising the height, they might actually raise the diameter even more. Right now it's 9 meters, which is extreme. Like, imagine your house. A normal size house is maybe a little bit more than 9 meters wide, maybe 15 or something like that. So this rocket is huge. And they want to make it even huger, which is insane. That's the stuff we can look forward to in the future. And today, this is a step towards that future, basically. If you've just joined us, if you want to give us a huge smile, like the stream. It's completely for free, and it helps us because the algorithm gets a positive signal that you love what we're doing here, and then it shows it to more people. So if you haven't done that yet, give that thumbs up a little click. Subscribe to the channel, because I still have some hopes that we're going to reach 590,000 subscribers before May 16th to May 27th, which is the day that I founded this channel 6 years ago at that point, which is insane that we've been doing this for so long. So if you want to give us a smile, push the subscribe button. If you want to support us even more, become a channel member or a patron. You'll get a huge amount of extras, ad-free episodes, all the picture galleries that our photographers take from the ground and from the air. You'll get Elliot's 3D animations that we show in the video as a separate video so that you can take a good look. You get chats with me. You get Discord access to our internal Discord, where the entire What About It community is, and chats every day about spaceflight and other stuff, and so on and so forth. So it's really worth it, and the benefits start at $1. That said, this stream is sponsored by MyRadar. You just had Erica. If you want to check out the best weather app out there, download MyRadar for free and give that a try. Huge shout out to Redline Helicopter Tours. That's the guys, and to Jax, who owns the place. That's the guys who work together with us to give you all the aerial views that we use on our episodes. They're amazing out there. And the cool thing about this is that, of course, our photographer can take the flight with the helicopter, but you can too. If you go to redlineheli.com/Felix, you get $25 off your own flight over Starbase. I've done the flight twice. It's absolutely amazing. I can't wait to do it again. So give that a try. Huge shout out to Raptor Roost. That's the guys at the exclusion zone. Basically, they're right on the edge of where you're allowed to go out there. I've watched several launches from there in person. It's amazing. Shout out to Keith, who organizes all of this. If you want to check that out, if you have the idea of watching one of those launches in person, which I can absolutely tell you it's worth it, even if you have a long trip to do. Watching this in person is a whole different thing than watching it on a screen. We're doing the best we can out here with the cameras right next to the rocket, but feeling those vibrations with your body and seeing the rocket lift off into the sky, especially if you have never seen a rocket launch before, it's absolutely fascinating. But actually, if you have never seen a rocket launch before, I would suggest Falcon 9, because once you've seen a Starship launch, every Falcon 9 is ruined. It's just so much bigger. But Falcon 9 is definitely worth it as well, and so on and so forth. So that's me shouting out for all the people that we work together with on the team. And if you have questions, write them into the chat, #question, and then the question for me. That is your way of directing or guiding the conversation that we're having here. Ask me anything, what I think a Mars city would look like, or what my favorite hobby is, or how I came to talk about spaceflight, anything you can imagine. Or what my favorite space project is besides Starship, and so on and so forth. I can answer a lot of those. If you attach those to a super chat, of course, you're going to be ramped up in the list, because the people that give some coffee money are preferred. But if I'm fast enough, I might get to questions that aren't with a super chat as well. Thank you so much for being here with us today. And now we're going to continue. We have an hour and 44 minutes until a possible launch time. This might shift a little bit. Sometimes it does. On Monday it did, and then we didn't even see the rocket launch. SpaceX is going to go live in roughly an hour, and then we're going to switch over to them, because they have more information than we could ever have, and they have cameras on the rocket, which we can't top with anything that we have. But yeah. Enjoy the show. Thank you for showing up. And I'm going to get to some more questions with you guys. Let me just get the chat up here real quick so that I can... Oh, this chat is racing. That's the problem. If you haven't looked into this chat for like 5 minutes or so, it is keying all the stuff that has been said before, and that makes it race like crazy. Thank you so much, everybody, for participating in this. We have more than 12,000 people watching right now, which is absolutely amazing, and it shows you how much interest is there in spaceflight and what SpaceX does down there in Boca Chica. So thank you so much for joining us. So the last question we had was the first, let's bring that up again, was the first manned or crewed Starship flight. I tried to answer that as best I could. Alkes, thank you so much for the super chat. We have Derek Bose, thank you so much for your super chat. The MyRadar wind speed is incorrect. Wind is currently 19 miles per hour with gusts at 29. So I did not hear the numbers that Erica just said, but these might be just fresher, the ones that you have. There's... Oh, okay. No, that... Okay, so I just heard from the off, it was related to the wind speeds that we showed here. That's from a weather station that's not related to MyRadar. So likely the ones from MyRadar, from Erica, were the ones that are correct. So there you go. We have Marcello Acuna. Thank you so much for your super chat. Thanks to the team. Excellent job keeping us informed. Thanks for mentioning the team. I say it every time. It's not a one-man show, so thank you for giving them some credit as well. If you want to give them, show them some affection in the chat. They always love seeing that as well. Several of them are here right now, and others are working behind the scenes to get you the next episode for tomorrow. For tomorrow. That is so crazy. For tomorrow. Okay, so we're working behind the scenes to get you those news out. That's for sure. We have Clint E. Thank you so much for the super chat. They may launch Mars Transfer Starship to orbit and then use Crew Dragon with Falcon 9 to load the crew. No need to launch people on Starship. Exactly. That's what I said earlier as well. Maybe that was misunderstood. Launching the people on the Starship isn't even needed, because if you would want to do this all with SpaceX hardware, that's likely what this chat connects to. You could use Crew Dragon. It's already out there. It is very, very reliable. There's not been a problem with it yet. And it is very cheap. So you could ferry the astronauts to space with a Crew Dragon, with a Falcon 9 and a Crew Dragon on top, and then make them enter the Starship. There you go. The Crew Dragon wouldn't be that good to travel to the moon, because the travel time is, I think it's at least in the fastest possible way. I think it's 6 days or something. 6 days in a Crew Dragon, I don't know about that. It might be possible, but it wouldn't be comfortable. So why not use the HLS Starship for it? That's what I tried to say. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Clint. We have engine-rich combustion. That is a really, really cool nickname that refers to when an engine spews out its internal guts through the nozzle when there's something wrong. Kudos to you. That is a really cool nickname. Danke, schau dich schon Ewigkeiten, Ehrenmann. Thank you so much. That was German. Thank you. I've been watching you for an eternity. You're an Ehrenmann. How do you you're an honest guy. So thank you so much for that, and big shout out to Germany. I moved to the United States 3 years ago, and my old home, some of it I miss very much, absolutely. So thank you very much. We have Jason Nell. Thank you so much for your super chat. Do you or will you do a live video for ULA, Blue Origin, and or Rocket Lab? I've done so a lot in the past. I've streamed all of those before. I'm thinking about streaming more in the near future. The problem with me only streaming Starship launches, the reason for that is largely because organizing everything here in the United States since we moved from Germany took a lot of time. I have 3 children, I have a dog, I have the entire family running here. And a wife, she's just saying that, yes. And so that's a lot of stuff in the background. That's what I said, what I meant earlier. If you want to know something about me personally, you can ask questions as well. Of course, I might not answer all of them, but if you're interested, I'm willing to talk. This is an Ask Me Anything here. So yeah, I've done streams of all those before. I think Blue Origin I've never streamed, because when I stopped streaming a lot, it was just New Shepard. And even though I think New Shepard is a good thing, it doesn't really go to orbit. And I'm really interested in the stuff that actually goes to orbit or beyond. So I've never streamed a New Shepard, and I have not streamed New Glenn either. But yeah, I'm planning on streaming more in the future again. So expect that to happen as well. Thank you. We have Michael Frigo. Thank you so much for your super chat. Will you be at Jetty Park for the Crew 10 launch? I'm thinking about it. This is directly tied to the question before, are you going to stream more? Let me just tell you that running What About It is a lot of work. It's a very pleasant job. And like I said, it feels more like a hobby turned into something that I can actually support the family with. But it is a lot of work. So I often don't find the time to actually do this. And I've seen 200 plus launches in person at this point. But Crew 10 would definitely be worth it. Let me tell you that. Follow me on X at Felix Schlang. I'll tell you if I actually end up going to see Crew 10, or if I'm going to be there, when I'm going to be there in the next time. If you want to have an even more direct contact to me, I can absolutely recommend to become a channel member or a patron. Even for $1, you get access to our Discord server, and I'm in there every day. Even though I don't write in there every day, I read in there every day. And if somebody tags me in there, and the people in the Discord can confirm that, I almost always answer. So if you want to have a more direct contact to me, that's the best way to go. Become a channel member and join our Discord. Then we can talk about anything on site and have a much shorter communication line than anything else. Thank you for wanting to watch this together with me. That is much appreciated. If I do end up being down there, I'm often either on A1A 528, the bridge where all the photographers are, when you drive towards the port, or at Jetty Park. So you got that correct, because the crowd at Jetty Park normally is really, really cool. That's one of the reasons why I love watching launches from down there. Shout out to Jetty Park as well. They're doing a good job. Jumbo Smooth, thank you so much for your super chat. Did you see what Elon said in the FN interview? FN interview. When asked if he wanted to die on Mars, he said yes, but not on impact. Yeah. That makes sense. I heard him say multiple times before that he doesn't even really want to go to space. So I don't know. If somebody would offer me, for anybody who can possibly, who's right now in the audience, if you offer me a ride to space, I'm going to pack my suitcase 5 seconds after you were saying that. I wouldn't want to go to Mars because it's just a 2-year trip at least, and I have kids and a wife, and I don't want to leave those alone for so long. But I would love to go to space, and you never know. Yeah, but it's smart. Yes, but not on impact. Absolutely. There's nothing to add to that. I don't know which interview you're referring to. If you can tell that in the chat, it's probably going to be relayed to me by the moderators. I'd like to see the interview. That would be interesting. Thank you. Okay, we have a window that I have to move around, and then we have. Next up, Frank Erdman. Thank you so much for your super chat. How close can you get to a Starship launch? So the closest you can get to a Starship launch is right outside the so-called exclusion zone. That is a 3-mile radius, roughly, I think 3-mile radius around the pad itself. If you want to get closer than that, you would have to become a SpaceX employee. Some of them are closer than that. But if you're just the normal spaceflight fan, that would be the border you can get to. And the best possible locations to watch a launch from, number one on top for me would be Raptor Roost, raptorroost.com. You can book tickets there for Starship launches, and it is a fantastic place because it is right at the edge of that exclusion zone. In fact, the road in front of Raptor Roost, for everybody at Raptor Roost right now who doesn't know that yet, look at that dirt road in front of you. That's the edge of the exclusion zone. That's how close you get to it. It's insane. It's super cool. And then there's South Padre Island. There is an RV park at the tip of South Padre Island facing Starbase, and that is another really good spot, but it's farther away than Raptor Roost. So if you want to get as close as possible, that would be the spot. And of course, if you've never been to Starbase, look at this camera perspective that we have here from our pad camera. That and closer is how close you can get to what they're doing there when they're not launching a rocket. For example, the day before they launch the rocket, it's already on the pad stacked, and you can get extremely close to it. If you are out there, please behave. The reason why we can get so close to all this stuff is because there aren't that many that disbehave. So there are property lines out there. There are wooden poles in the sand everywhere with these pink tips. Those are the property border of SpaceX, and you do not cross those under any circumstances because you might ruin it for everybody else. So stay polite, pick up your trash. Don't go over the property lines of SpaceX. Ask a security out there if you're not sure if you can go somewhere. There's securities everywhere. Ask them before you go, and so on and so forth. If we all obey that, we'll have that pleasure for the future as well. So preserve it for everybody else. But yeah, that's it. You can go right to the edge of that exclusion zone to watch a launch, and it is amazing. It really is. I've done it twice. I wish I would have done it more, but like I said before, what about it is also some work, and but I'm hopefully don't sue me over it. But I might be there for the next launch. Then probably again at Raptor Roost for the ship catch. I just want to see that in person. I haven't seen a booster catch yet. I missed the first one on Flight 5, so I'm very, very interested in seeing a booster catch, of course, but also the first ship catch would be amazing. So I might be out there for that. But don't quote me on it. It might still change. Okay, again, for everybody who has just joined us, I'm repeating this because there's constantly people going in and out. We are getting ready to watch SpaceX Starship Flight 8, Ship 34 on top, Booster 15 on the bottom. Everything's tracking right now. We're about 50 minutes out from SpaceX going online and giving like with their stream, which we're then of course going to show in here with the latest information. So far, SpaceX hasn't said anything, but we're tracking and we'll go for launch. So let's get the fingers crossed and hope that we're going to see the launch today compared to the scrub that we saw on Monday. All right, so we have next up, I don't want to forget this one. I think I have to click this button to get to the Saboteur 99. Thank you so much for your super chat. Enjoy the stream, Felix and team. Thank you. Short, but absolutely precise. We're enjoying it as much as you do. As I said before, I'm the same kind of space nerd that you guys are. Thank you so much for tuning in and watching this together with us here on the WAI team. It is a pleasure to have you all here. And we all hope that SpaceX is actually going to be able to launch it today. If you want to put a huge smile into our faces, click the like button. It's very, very important for us. What is? And subscribe to the channels. My wife is just screaming that from the background. Those are completely free ways of helping us hugely. You can't probably imagine how much this actually helps us. So if you haven't pushed the subscribe button yet, if you haven't pushed the like button yet, give those two a click. You'll get some updates from us about SpaceX and about everything else that's going on in the spaceflight industry. And I do think it's worth it. If you want to support us above that, send a super chat with a question and I'll answer it. That's an immediate benefit for you, and it'll give us some coffee money. If you want to go even beyond that, I can absolutely recommend becoming a channel member by clicking the join button under this video, or a patron by going to patreon.com/whataboutit. You'll get massive amounts of extras, all our picture galleries, ad-free episodes, chats with me, a Discord access. Like you're going to not run out of stuff that you can see. We post almost every day on our supporter channels. So thank you so much. And I can already see some of you just pressed the subscribe button. Thank you for that. And with that, we're going to continue with what SpaceX is doing at the power. Actually, Jonathan is bringing up some pictures here, but now they're gone again. That's okay. With that being said, we're going to continue our broadcast of SpaceX Starship Flight number 8. And we're really, really hoping that this thing is going to launch today, because SpaceX deserves this, and we do too. SpaceX has some epic goals for today as well. They want to deploy 4 dummy Starlink satellites, V3 satellites. It's a completely different thing than what SpaceX is launching right now on Falcon 9. Everybody's heard about it. Like twice a week or so, SpaceX is shooting up Starlink satellites with their Falcon 9 rockets. But these things are tiny compared to what SpaceX wants to shoot up with Starship. That's the first payload it's going to carry, because it's an in-house produced hardware. That's perfect. If the rocket fails, you don't lose a payload from a customer. Those are going to stay at Falcon 9 for the foreseeable future, just so that SpaceX can get the Starship to a level of reliability that they actually want to trust it with customer payloads. Until then, they're going to shoot up these Starlink satellites, and those are supposed to be dispensed. And show that with Anjuang's beautiful model that he sent me like 2 weeks ago. This is this slit here. That's the payload door on a Starship. I hope I'm not covering the microphone here. This is the payload door on a Starship. It's the same thing that's on that Starship there. And inside there is something called the PEZ dispenser. I hope SpaceX calls it internally the PEZ dispenser as well, because I love the name. It's kind of like a PEZ dispenser. The stuff that you know from your childhood, you push a button and a PEZ tablet comes out. It's kind of the same way that they want to deploy the Starlink satellites. And it's a new way. And so they need to test it, because payload has never been deployed with this kind of stuff. Normally, you open up a fairing that falls away, and then you have your payload naked sitting on top until it reaches its orbit, and then it's just being separated. That's it. It just separates from the upper stage and floats away. Here, it's a different thing, and that's what SpaceX needs to test in zero gravity. You can test this as much as you want to on the ground. You'll never get the exact same circumstances you would find on orbit: temperature, 0G, no atmosphere, and so on and so forth. And so this flight is supposed to be the first demonstration of that payload dispensing system for these Starlink satellites. They have 4 Starlink dummy satellites loaded into the payload bay, and they want to separate these on orbit to test that dispenser system. And one of these Starlink satellites has a camera on board. SpaceX is extremely good at presenting these launches to the world. They are doing, I think, together with Rocket Lab, they're doing the best job out there. They have cameras everywhere. The videos that they release after launch are absolutely beautiful. They've live streamed an upper stage returning from space with their Starlink network, something that others have never done. This has never, so besides this being the largest rocket ever, even the cameras are something that's never been done before. And one of these Starlink dummy satellites has a camera on board. And I hope that during that separation test, we're going to see pictures from that camera. Imagine you are a Starlink satellite and you're being dispensed out of that payload bay. That's what that view is going to look like. And I really, really hope that we're going to see this today. SpaceX, if you listen, if make this happen, this would be amazing. This is all being realized with the Starlink network that's already in space. That's how they get that communication link to basically anything that they shoot up. They just use their own satellites, which is of course very convenient. And so that's something we can definitely look forward to today. We're going to have another Raptor in space relight, meaning the Raptor engines are going to fire until the Starship is on its trajectory, which is not an orbital trajectory. It's a suborbital trajectory. The only reason for that is SpaceX doesn't want the Starship in orbit yet, because if it deorbits somewhere where you don't want it to deorbit, it would be really, really bad. So they actively choose not to send it to orbit. Then, like I said, we're going to have the Raptor relight, and then we're going to go for the re-entry again, this time of a Block 2 Starship. That's the first time a Block 2 Starship is going to re-enter the atmosphere. That's going to give SpaceX a lot of data on the heat shield, on modifications they've done on the heat shield since the last time this has happened on Flight 6. They are testing heat tiles that are actively cooled. They left heat tiles out in specific strategic spots to see how the hull does if there is no heat tile there, so to inspect damage afterwards, and temperature sensors while it's re-entering, and so on and so forth. It's fantastic. And if SpaceX actually pulls off this soft landing in the Indian Ocean again, as far as we know so far, the plan is to catch a Starship on the next flight. So fingers crossed that this works out and that SpaceX actually can do another soft landing in the ocean, and that this sets up the stage for the next flight when we can maybe see a ship return. We've seen 2 booster catches so far, which is absolutely incredible. I mean, no one's done this in the world yet. I mean, besides even landing an orbital rocket booster like the Falcon 9, the Mechazilla is on top of that. It's even crazier. And a ship catch is even crazier than that, because the Starship, to take this model from Anzhuang again, is a Starship comes down like this. It dives down like a skydiver, controlling its descent with these flaps that it has in the front and in the back. And once it is in a position where it can aim for the tower, it has to flip to its vertical position again. It is even more timing than a booster catch, because the booster comes down in a straight way. It just needs to steer in onto the tower and then get caught. The ship comes down like this, and then it needs to flip last second to this position and then hover in. It's going to be even crazier, and I can't wait for that. So fingers crossed that SpaceX can actually pull this off today. That would be amazing. Absolutely amazing. Okay, thank you, the Saboteur, for the super chat. Thank you very much. We have Israel Pinheiro. Thank you for the super chat. Sorry for butchering the name. Do you think that SpaceX may have plans for catch-only towers? That's another thing I've heard a few times, and I've already heard some rumors from SpaceX that it might happen, but I do think it doesn't make much sense, because one of the reasons why SpaceX wants to catch Starship boosters and Starship ships is because they don't only want to build a reusable rocket, they want to build a rapidly reusable rocket. So if you compare this to an airplane, like an airliner that probably like 90% of the audience here has already said in once or twice in their life, you walk through the gate, you get into the plane takes off, lands in the next destination, goes to the gate again, everybody gets out, new people get in, it takes off again, and so on and so forth. So the reason why a plane ticket, even though a simple Airbus A320 costs $100 million, that is comparable to one of those rockets. It's about the same price. ULA's Vulcan rocket is what, $120 million per launch, I think, roughly. So it's comparable. But your ticket, when you're getting into your airliner to fly to your destination, is $500 if you're lucky. And the reason for that is rapid, full reuse. That's the entire reason for it. That's how these price dumpings can even happen. And to get to that rapid reuse, the word rapid is very important. So SpaceX catches the booster when it comes back down from space. And the plan for the future, right now they're not there yet, but the plan for the future is to set that booster back down on the OLM, put another Starship on top, and launch it again. So am I still on air? Okay, so it's okay. Okay, so it's all good. I was just panicking again because we had some problems with our streaming software here recently. So they catch the booster, set it back down on the OLM, and put a new Starship on top and launch it again. And you cannot get that if you have a catch-only tower. On a catch-only tower, you would add more time, and they don't want to do that. You would catch the booster or the Starship with a different tower, have to put it down on a stand, transport it over to the pad again, get it lifted up by the tower, and set up on top of a booster. If you really want to achieve rapid reusability, that's a no-go, because it would add at least several hours of work. Imagine that airliner again, that costs you $100 million. If it would drive to the gate, and then it would need to taxi for 4 hours to another gate, and then it could launch again. That's comparable to that. So while it might make sense at first, and it might be an alternative for a few problems, it is not what SpaceX wants to do. They want to do the rapid reusability. And for that, you need to catch it at the gate or at the pad, where it actually takes off with the passengers. It's comparable to the airplane. And so you can do it, absolutely. And they might do this at first with pad B, because it doesn't need to be fully operational to be able to catch something. But it does long-term, it's not an option, because if you want to have rapid reusability, you need to have it at the pad when it comes back, so that you can just place it on top of the pad again, do minimal checks, fuel it again, and launch it again with another Starship. That's the plan. I hope that was a good answer. Thank you very much. Okay, we have Julius Klingenberg. That sounds very German, but it's not a German currency. I think that's from Denmark. Thank you so much for your super chat. Amazing YouTube channel, such great content and information, such an honest and sweet team. Support from Denmark. There you go. That's Danish kronen, exactly. Thank you so much for sending this in, and for sending in this message as well. Everybody on the team is smiling through this kind of stuff. It's the same when you do this under our videos. If you just mention that you appreciate our content and that you're happy that you can watch this, we read this stuff. Even though you don't have the feeling that we do when you just post your comment under it, we often do catch your messages, and I do reply to a lot of messages as well. Those hearts that you see next to the comments under all those videos, they're exclusively by me, and I relay a lot of your messages to the team as well. So keep them coming. This is what motivates us. Thank you so much, guys. It's very much appreciated. Okay, give me a second. I got to drink something here real quick, because I'm speed talking again, because you guys are so generous with your super chats. Keep these coming. It is very important for us. Thank you so much for doing this, for everybody for showing up. Press the like button, subscribe to the channel. It is actually important for us, and it helps us, and it's for free. And thank you for enjoying this wonderful day at Starbase together with us. Okay. Julius, there you go. We have next up. Oh, and let me just check something real quick. So 1 hour and 18 minutes until a planned liftoff time, if that is not being pushed. So that means SpaceX is going to come online in 38 minutes. Oh, I hope there's nothing going to happen today. No, that's okay. We might want to do that later. I'm talking to the off right now. I'm sorry, guys. We might want to do that later, but SpaceX normally does a really good job with it. I'm really, really happy to answer some more questions, because they keep sending us questions, and some of them are actually really good questions. So I'll be busy with that. Thank you, chat. Thank you all for showing up. What do we? Tower vent. Okay, so SpaceX is proceeding with fueling these tower vents and OLM vents that you can see there. They see the vent coming out of there. They are doing their fueling go, no-go decision 1 hour and 15 minutes before the launch. If you look at that clock, it's 1 hour and 17 minutes, so very close to that. So they're doing final checks, or they've already gone through the go, no-go decision for fueling. This looks pretty good. This looks very, very promising. Like I said, thank you everybody for watching this with us. This is amazing. Okay. So keep watching the vents. We have a deplorable pirate Captain Gunbeard. That is a most epic nickname. Thank you so much. Just wanted to recommend for all mankind to watch to watch between launches, almost as good as Felix's streams. Yeah, I can recommend that as well. For All Mankind is a show that concentrates on what would have happened if that space race from the 60s and 70s would have just continued. It's a really, really good show. It has, of course, because it's a show, it has a few things that aren't absolutely realistic, but it does a really good job at that. And it's just a fun story. I've watched every episode, and I'm waiting for another season. I don't even know what. There should be another season, right? No, I'm shocked. Yeah, I can share that recommendation. And on top of that, The Expanse. If you haven't seen that yet, this is even more in the future, even more science fiction, but it also tries to make everything plausible. And it's another excellent show. It's sadly that one has ended already, which I hate. They could have done like 10 more seasons of that, in my opinion. But yeah, those two. If you don't have anything to do in the evening. Absolutely, For All Mankind, The Expanse, there's quite a few things. My wife hasn't seen Babylon 5 yet, and I'm a huge Babylon 5 geek, and I'm going to show her that next. It's going to be fun. Okay, so we have JWW. Thank you so much for your super chat. I am worried about heat shields. How do you feel the improvements, and how will those improvements fare on this flight? That is an excellent question. I had these out on the last stream, and I just left them here because I knew we were going to do another stream shortly. I have heat tiles here, and I've really been thinking this is a standard heat tile. You can tell by this, by less mass. So it has these grooves on the backside to reduce the mass, and it has these metal connectors here in these holes. Here, this one is even uncovered because it broke. This is a standard tile. This is a tile from a leading edge. It's thicker. I have even thicker ones, but you can already tell this is thicker, and it doesn't have the weight optimizations and all that kind of stuff, and the metal pins are missing as well. The problem with these heat tiles is there isn't any, like, I get that so often that people say, why don't they just invent something new? Or why don't they just use aerogel or something like that? The problem with this is physics and chemistry as well. It is not that easy to come up with a new material. It's actually really, really hard. And if you can, you're almost certainly going to be a billionaire if you pitch that idea to SpaceX. The thing is that this is silica foam with a little bit of aluminum in there to make the heat conduction better. This stuff is so brittle. Let me see if the camera can focus on this. Look at this. Don't cry. I'm just going to put a line in it right now. Look at this. Did you see that? And then I have this white stuff on my finger. This is extremely soft material. And that's the problem with those heat tiles. But there isn't anything else. That's the entire problem. SpaceX is in trouble there, not because they're bad at designing things. It's just because they're limited in what they have available. There are some improvements you can still do. There are other options you can do. For example, Stokespace is going to use an actively cooled heat shield, but they have a completely differently designed engine for that, and they are not re-entering. The Starship re-enters, remember, like a skydiver. So it needs a large heat shield. Stokespace's upper stage is going to re-enter like a capsule, so they only have to protect the diameter of the upper stage. It's a difficult thing to master. I'm sure SpaceX is going to, and right now I would agree with you. I'm worried about the heat shield. It's the toughest problem that they're trying to fix right now. We'll see where it goes. I'm confident that they can solve it, and they keep testing. And on this flight, there's going to be several tests going on with the heat shield again. Actively cooled heat shield, very important. Spaces where they just took the heat shield out to just see what does it do to the hull in strategic spots. How high does the heat go? How high do the temperatures go? They have metal heat tiles this time as a test as well. So they are actively testing. That's all they can do. And I'm basing my comment on all the things that SpaceX has already mastered and better than most others. I'm confident that in the end, they're going to come up with a solution. But I have to agree that right now, the heat shield, rapid reusability, maybe not even reusability, because I mean, you can refurbish something, but reusing something means not refurbishing it. Reusing means minimal effort, and then you can launch it again. Otherwise, it's refurbishable. The space shuttle, for example, is a good example for refurbishable. They had to put so much effort into making it flight worthy again that it's been reused, yeah, but you needed to put a lot of work and time into it to make it reusable, and that's not SpaceX's goal. SpaceX's goal in the end, if everything works out the way they want, is to literally catch the rocket, fuel it, and launch. And with the current heat shield, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I see the same problem. Lucas Leal, thank you so much for the super chat. Thanks for a great stream. As your kids crazy on jets and rockets as you are, your kids crazy on jets and rockets as you are? They're crazy on Roblox and Minecraft and stuff. They're kids. Emotional damage is what I got from them. So I'm in the loop on pop culture in the youngest generation we have right now, thanks to them. Thank you, kids. But they've seen so many rocket launches live because of us parents that honestly, right now they're busy with their childhood. But yeah, they've painted rockets, they've seen rockets, they've made songs about rockets and even games about rockets. And so because of us, they are confronted with spaceflight a lot. Yes, absolutely. Okay, so we have Poketuba. Thank you so much for your super chat. Felix, I've been watching since episode 2, sending lots of love to all the Y team. Given that there are a lot of companies now, why choose Starship? Thank you so much, first of all, for being so loyal. This is amazing. Thank you so much. Episode 2 was definitely in the time frame when I did not know much about how to do a YouTube video. So thank you for being an early adopter. Back then, on every subscriber that I got, I was jumping around. So you were one of those. Thank you. To your second part, I am so interested in everything else besides Starship. The thing is just that the frequency at which SpaceX is doing news is just way more than others. I report about everything that's interesting from others, but those are weeks apart. Starship news are hours apart. Sometimes right now we're getting like 10 crazy Starships news a day because of the launch that's going on. And it is the largest rocket in the world that's launching there, and it's supposed to be rapidly reusable. So SpaceX is just doing a lot of stuff. Yeah, I see. The venting is getting stronger, and Steffi, my wife, was just pointing this out to me. I'm smiling as well. We're tracking to a launch. So yeah, to keep the answer short on that one, I am extremely interested in everything else. Right now, if I would need to call a second next to Starship, it would probably be Stokespace. Andy Lapsa and his team are absolutely crazy, hitting it out of the park with their inventions. Rocket Lab is extremely amazing as well. Neutron is going to be like that James Bond fairing and all these kinds of these new unique developments that we can see everywhere right now. It's amazing. Oh, look at that venting. Look at that venting being super strong. Can we switch to the close-up camera again here real quick on the live? This looks amazing. Look at this. Yeah. And there's your answer on why I report so much about Starship. It's just because this thing is just nuts. It's nuts. It's the craziest rocket out there by far right now, and the plans are even crazier. That's why I talk most about Starship and about SpaceX, not because I'm a SpaceX fanboy or something. I'm actually interested in everything else. I've been following the Athena launch, the Athena landing today, and I'm out of the loop right now. So if everybody has some updates, put them in the chat. Maybe we can even bring it up here as a question so that everybody's updated. I'm extremely interested in all of it, all and every little bit. Actually, I'm even interested in an asteroid flyby, in space weather, aurora watching. Like meteor showers, you name it. I have an app on my phone that reminds me when the ISS is flying overhead. That's how much I'm interested in all this. So yeah, even though we talk a lot about Starship, that doesn't mean that's the only thing I'm interested in. Thank you, that was a good one. I love emphasizing that. We have Lima Alpha Delta. Thank you so much for your super chat. Future Starship header tanks versus front docking port. Well, in the current design, you can't have a front docking port. So what he's referring to is on a Crew Dragon, for example, right now, when that docks to the ISS, it docks on the nose. The tip opens up and there's a docking port here. On a Starship, that's not possible because there are, I could even open this up because Anzhuang is actually modeling the insides as well. So there's a complete tank structure with downcomers and everything in here. This thing's actually heavy, more than 3D.com. But right now, the design doesn't, it would be really hard to put a docking port in there. So I am predicting right now that Starships are going to dock in a similar way that space shuttles did. They didn't dock through the nose cone either. They had an airlock in the payload bay to make them dock sideways to something. And I think that's going to be the same thing with a Starship. It's just more practical. The nose cone on this design, it's not a fairing. It's way more than that. It's supposed to be reusable. You have a heat shield. You have these header tanks for landings. You have all sorts of stuff going on in the nose cone, way more than on a normal rocket. On a normal rocket, that would all be below all that. But on a Starship, some of it, especially because of center of mass, if you remove all the hardware in the nose cone, the thing gets heavy on the rear end. But you want it to skydive through the atmosphere. So if it's too light in the front and too heavy in the back, it's difficult. So I think that's never going to happen. But yeah, it would look beautiful, and it's an interesting thought. Absolutely. Good question. Thank you. We have Holdgrown3. Thank you so much for your super chat. In the past, I have registered information that Starship will have thinner steel in the future than, yes, in the first version of Starship. Is this the case with the current version 2 Starship? No, it's not. It's still 3.97 millimeters, as far as I know. 304X, I think, is what SpaceX calls the steel itself. It's a special steel that they. It's actually very similar to silverware steel. There is not that big of a difference. There's a little bit of a difference. The reason for that is because that stuff can be provided by the industry. If you want to build a cheap rocket, you go with something that's widely available. So that's why SpaceX chose the steel. Besides some other reasons, its temperature range is just perfect for a reusable rocket and so on and so forth, but it's also widely available. Making that thinner would be possible, and it might be achieved in the future. Right now, they're not pursuing that as far as I know. They've done some tests with thinner steel, but as far as I know, they dropped those again. They're probably right now busy just making the rocket more reliable. You can shave off weight, especially if it's such an easy trick as just reducing the material thickness. You can do that later. And I think that's what they're doing right now. So let's wait and see what the future brings. Right now, I think there's no active development, at least not in prototypes. There might be stuff in the laboratory or in the shop behind closed doors, but there aren't any big strides into that direction right now. That's a good one. You are very informed about the Starship project if you know about this kind of stuff. We have Frank Castle. Thank you so much for your super chat. When do you think Starship will be launching from Florida? I'd be at, yeah, I know. I would be too. So they said something about this on the last live stream. They said that they are planning to possibly have the first launch by the end of this year, which would be absolutely amazing. I'm hoping that that's going to happen. It might still change because you never know. Because it's active development of a prototype, but they are ramping up their efforts at the Cape even more than what they have at Starbase right now. Starbase is going to, look at the venting. Not long, my friends, not long, and SpaceX will go online, and then we'll get the first hard info here. But so far, everything looks great. So they're ramping up their efforts at the Cape massively right now, and their latest, from Monday, is that they are aiming for having a Starship launch before the end of the year. And you can bet that you're going to find me there. Go for prop launch. We've just heard it. SpaceX posted it? Okay, SpaceX posted on X, go for prop launch, prop load. Yes. Okay, so we're tracking. This is nominal. I'm so amazed. So we're going to get a second chance today. But yeah, end of year, fingers crossed. I'm definitely going to be there. I had a question earlier if I'm going to be at the Crew 10 launch at the Jetty Park. If you want to meet me, that first Starship launch, I'm definitely going to be there 110%. So there's your chance without even me announcing it. Just watch out for the launch date. I'll be there. We have engine-rich combustion again. Thank you so much. Felix said, I have a cool nickname if you want it. Yes, you do. Absolutely. Engine-rich combustion. Thank you so much. Thank you for the super chat. Mr. Cool again, thank you. I have the coolest nickname now they're fighting. you both have absolutely cool nicknames. Thank you so much for watching this with us. If you have just joined us, SpaceX has just confirmed prop load is underway, or is actually going to proceed. Prop load starts 45 minutes before the launch, so we have a few more minutes until they actually start prop loading. But the no-go decision has been confirmed by the launch director. They are going for propellant load, no problems found, not that we know of, so we're tracking. We're watching Starship Flight 8, Ship 34 on the top, Booster 15 on the bottom. The Ship 34 is hopefully the first one that's actually going to make it to a full mission. It's a Block 2 Starship, lots of changes there, different forward flaps to move those out of the plasma flow on re-entry. We have Starlink dummy satellites on board to test the PEZ dispenser. We're going to see another Raptor relight in space. Lots of stuff to look forward to. Obviously, if they can, another booster catch. And then hopefully on the next flight, if this one performs well on its soft touchdown in the Indian Ocean, which is planned for today, we might see a ship catch at the launch site on the next flight. So fingers crossed for that. If you want to put a huge smile on everybody on the team here at WAI, press the like button, subscribe to the channel. I've seen the subscriber count steadily go up, so thank you so much for that. Send us a super chat or send us just a normal question with hashtag question. And I'll answer as many as I can. I've been speed talking for 2 hours. Of course, the people that send it in with a super chat are prioritized. Thank you so much for the coffee money. Become a patron, become a channel member for huge amounts of extra content, yada, yada, yada. I want to keep talking about the rocket launch, but you get the idea. Every support is very, very much appreciated. So thank you for joining us today, and thank you for doing this crazy stuff with us. And I'm absolutely looking forward to this launch. This is amazing. Maybe we can get the split screen view up as well there, because it shows it from 2 different sides. I think I can just push this button, right? Yes, there we go. I did it myself. I'm so good with this. If I wouldn't have Jonathan in the background, he's a member on the team. You cannot imagine how much work goes into all of this. So huge shout out to the team again. Okay, coolest nickname. Andrew Daniels, thank you so much for the super chat. Felix, if you could have any job at SpaceX, what would it be? Hard to say. Probably rocket cuddler or something. The thing is, I'm not an engineer, so I wouldn't be in a good position there. Maybe their public outreach would be something that I would be interested in. Communications, media production, the stuff I'm already doing, because it would get me even closer to the rocket. That's what we're all interested in. And I could shout this out officially for SpaceX. That would be like working next to Kate Tice or John Innsbrucker or something. Like I was very jealous when I saw Chris Gebhardt on the stream on Monday. He's an ex-NASA spaceflight member, and he made it into exactly that position. And I envy him. It's a really, really cool thing. But on the other hand, it would mean that I would give up the WAI community. The WAI community is very special. So I'm actually pretty happy with what I'm doing here right now. I mean, I would love to get a tour at Starbase. The reason why I haven't gotten one yet, it was offered to me already, is that I am a foreign national, and anything rockets is considered ITAR regulated here in the United States. It's considered a weapon technology, and they have problems with letting foreigners get to their rockets. There's a lot of law in front of that. And so I'm normally blocked at the door, which is a shame. If anybody out of politics is watching this, you need to either give me a way to get a green card, because it's apparently, if you're not a millionaire, it's almost impossible to get one, or just open the door at SpaceX for me. That would be much appreciated. But yeah, I think my final answer would be I want to stay where I am. It's pretty cool to do this with you guys. It's very much appreciated. It's amazing. This hobby that I'm having here is it gives me more than I could have ever dreamed of. That's my final answer to that. Okay, I got to check something real quick. Give me 1 second. Yeah, as I expected, I think our subscriber counter has stopped working. We're already like 200 subscribers further. There you go. Thank you, everybody, for pressing the subscribe button. Every time you press it, that number goes a little bit further up, and the smile on our team gets bigger and bigger. So thank you so much. All right, we have Joker of Trades, of all trades. This is my favorite channel. I started at episode 7 and haven't missed an episode since. I look forward to getting the notifications every Tuesday and Friday. Thank you so much. These early episodes, I dare 500. We've just passed the 500 mark again. Thank you so much, guys. I dare everybody to, when you're done with this stream, scroll back to episode number 1, and you'll see, if you ever thought about you could do this to a YouTube channel, you can. You absolutely can. Holy cow, the counter is racing. Thank you, guys. What is it?
The counter.
Oh, the counter is, yeah, the counter is, like, that's what I meant with that huge smile on our faces. It actually makes us smile, trust me. Go back to episode 1 and take a look at that and be amazed at how little I knew about how to produce a YouTube video. If you keep at it, you can do it. That's what I've been telling many people over the years that ask me, how do you start a YouTube channel? You start it. The most important part is start recording something and upload it, and then from there improve. So when people tell me they've been there from episode 2 or 7 now, it makes me kind of go like this, because I call that the dark ages. I knew a lot about spaceflight, but not much about how to make a video. So thank you for being tough and going and pushing actually through that. It's tough. I dare everybody to scroll back to episode 1. It's something. Okay, we have Scarly Guerrero. Thank you so much for your super chat. I tried to say that name as correct as I could. I always try to do that on my episodes as well, but it's pretty hard. Thank you for all the great work, guys. I love your show. Well, there's nothing to add to that. Thank you so much for showing up, for giving us the super chat, and for enjoying this extremely interesting launch day together with us. We've got confirmation for fueling. So prop load should start in roughly 10 minutes. SpaceX is going to be online in roughly 15 minutes from now. So we're getting close to that hot phase again. I really, really hope that that's not going to get stuck at the 40-second mark again, as it did on Monday. They faced some problems, and they had to hold the rocket for so long that the pressure in their spin startup system that is responsible for starting the outer engines on the booster had such a low pressure at that point that they couldn't launch the rocket anymore. So that sucked. But yeah, there you go. Hopefully today we're going to not have that, and we're going to see it fly, and we can cheer them along. All right. I would like Jonathan to take over for a second, because I do want to take my bathroom break right now, if that's possible, because I don't want to do that. Yeah, Chris as well, if you want to, because that's a tactical thing here right now for me, for everybody here in the audience. Don't quit. I'll be right back. It's because I don't want to do that toilet break when the rocket launches. So that's the reason why I'm doing that right now. And it's, since we're about to fuel, this is going to be good. This is going to be good. And thank you everybody for pushing that subscribe button. The counter keeps going up, and this is something. If somebody would have told me that this is going to happen at some point when I uploaded that first episode, I would have probably just screamed and run away. So it is a good thing that it happened slowly, but the channel is something. Everybody working on the team will confirm that to you. So thank you for supporting us. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey everyone. Cool. Okay, so I think while we're waiting, we could either do some more questions, or we might actually real quick go over the pre-launch timeline. So all the stuff that needs to happen before we're actually going to see a launch today. And Felix already talked about it here and there a bit. He mentioned that we will have fuel loading starting at roughly 46 minutes before T0. And you can see that at T-minus 45 and 95 seconds for the ship LOX load. And then 5 minutes later, roughly, for the fuel load. And then a few minutes later for the booster as well. And as SpaceX already has confirmed, we are go for fuel loading. So they are actually proceeding with that, which is the first big sign we need for launch today. Yeah, and so in roughly 10 minutes, we should already see frost lines forming on the Starship and the booster. So that's going to be very, very cool. And let's see if we have some more questions here. Chris, would you be up to doing some questions? I think you might actually be muted. Let's see, I'll just look for one. So this is more or less a question for all of us. So Jesse Ray is wondering how many members are actually on the Y team. And that's it's like not the easiest question, because there are, of course, members who are employed for WAI, and then there's lots of volunteers in the Discord, and right now, even in the stream, in the background, there are so many people helping, monitoring the chat. So there's Indigo, for example. He's doing all the chat messages right now, reading through them and picking out the great questions, like this one. Yeah, so it's a huge team. It's way bigger. You might think like, yeah, it's Felix and an editor, but it's quite a lot of people. So that's very cool.
So I'm just going to check if I'm still muted. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Cool.
Perfect. That's great. Yeah, so if you bring up another question, I can take a shot at it.
What do you think about this one?
In your opinion, how many flights in before they launch 2 Starships and try to dock and transfer? That's a good question. I think the moment when we have two launch pads ready to go, this is something that I think we should see rather quickly, because this is obviously one of the obstacles that they have to go past to just even do their job on the Artemis program. They need to be able to have a fuel depot up there, and they need to be able to do docking before they can start filling up their fuel depot. So I think in my opinion, we should see that docking even maybe this year. They're talking about launching this year from Florida. Pad B is coming along great, so I wouldn't be that surprised to even see it this year.
Yeah, so I mean, the main problem here, of course, is that we need to have 2 Starships in orbit for that. And one way would, of course, be either to launch one first and then just keep it up there and launch another one, or ideally launch them from 2 different pads pretty soon after each other. Yeah, and of course, for that, we would need more pads. Right now, we just have pad A at Starbase. But as Chris just said, they're preparing for that as well. Let's see, what else do we have? Wow, it's actually pretty hard because there's so many chat messages here. So we'll just do the next one here. And this one is about Ariane 6.
How do you position Ariane 6 in the world of launch providers? Do you think it's outdated like SLS, or is it good because it offers independent access to space? Is ESA on something reusable? Yeah, let's start at the bottom. I think they are thinking about something reusable, but they're not that flexible, so that we can't expect something to come out really fast. Right now, Ariane is their beast of burden. It's the big rocket that they're having for their launches, and it's just brand new. It started the second time today. It's the first time they're having a commercial payload, even though it was a military payload. And so it's at the beginning of their career. I don't think that this will fade as fast as SLS might have to fade. It's just a completely different angle there. You have different politics behind it, and I think that Ariane 6 will be there for quite a while, and it does have its space in today's landscape in spacefaring.
Yeah, so as far as I know, they were working, or like they had a concept sometime for some reusable upper stage. So something similar to what Blue Origin might be planning for the upper stage, just that the bottom stage of Ariane 6 isn't reusable. So it's one step in the right direction. It's not exactly the greatest thing, but it's a great step. So yeah.
And at least with the different configurations that they can use different amounts of boosters on it. So it's actually an adaptable rocket. It is a step forward. We're just so used now to these miracles that SpaceX and all the other newcomers like Stoke are performing, that we just have to see that it is still a good rocket. It's just that everybody else got so innovative that it seems outdated already.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see how it develops. Sure. It's for sure a cool project, but it's hard to compare to something like Starship, that's for sure. Okay, and I just saw that Felix is also back, so we'll get him back in here. Let's hope this rocket launches today, and we're going to have an awesome time.
All right, there we are. Thank you for taking over Chris and Jonathan from the team. Chris is a writer for What About It, and Jonathan does basically everything. He's a magician behind the scenes without whom nothing would work here. So shout out to them. I just saw the question in the chat. What are those white vapors? For everybody who has just joined in, we're watching SpaceX getting ready for Starship Flight 8. They're very, very close now. The fueling decision has already come. So they're going to proceed in like 7 or so minutes. They're going to be online with their live stream, and we're going to put them on the big screen then. Those white vapors are from pre-chilling fuel lines. It's cryogenic fuel that they're working with on this rocket, as on every other rocket that doesn't use solid propellant. This fuel is extremely cold, and the fuel lines themselves, before they're being used, are room temperature, of course. If you would just blast cryogenic fuel through those lines, that would work. But it wouldn't work repeatedly. There's a lot of material stress. If they cool down too quickly, they are being stressed every time. And since SpaceX doesn't want to replace these fuel lines every time before a launch, they pre-cool them. And that's the vapor you can see there right now. They're very close to starting the fueling process, though. They should be like 2 minutes away from actually starting to fuel. And that's why you see so much vapor on the rocket right now. Okay. I have a few minutes left here, and I want to shout out to all the people who have given a super chat who I might not read out today. It is extremely appreciated. I might be able to do these after we've seen the launch or during the coast phase if there's nothing happening there, and we have a little window during that. So keep the questions coming. Write #question into the chat, and then your question, and it'll be picked up by the system. And of course, if you combine it with a super chat, it's being bumped up in the list. So your chances of it actually getting answered are higher if you pitch in a little bit of coffee money. I can assure you that the team is going to appreciate it hugely. Like the stream, very, very, very important for us. I know it's kind of stupid, and I've said it like 5 times now during this stream, and I do all the time. I say that so often because most people don't know how important that actually is for us. So if you like what we're doing, like the stream, that's a signal to the YouTube algorithm to share it with even more people. Subscribe to the channel if you want to get our smile even bigger. There's a counter down there. It might be stuck again. Somebody press the subscribe button to see if it moves. Oh, there it is. There it goes. This is a huge thing for us. Thank you so much. I mean, look at 585,677 people who have already pushed this thing in the past 5.5 years. So thank you so much for doing this. And I'll keep answering a few questions here for you. All right, give me a second. This all looks very, very nominal. It all looks very, very nominal. All right, 1 second. 1 second. All right, there we're back in the chat again as well, because I didn't have the chat up, and I love reading what you guys are saying. We can get a hype train going as well, I think, to push that rocket off the pad. That's a tradition we have here at What About It. Type hype into the stream chat if you think the same that we are. This is amazing what SpaceX is doing here, and maybe it helps them, because I know there's plenty of people from SpaceX who watch this stuff and they appreciate this. I shout them out on episodes as well. It's not just the top people that everybody obviously talks about right now. It's all those people working on this rocket. It's thousands of people being involved in such a launch effort, and this goes out to all of them. So thank you so much for this epic hype train, and I'll be answering a few more questions for you guys. All right, let's see who's next. Let me bring this 1 second. So we have this one next, and then I press this button, and there it is. JF700, thank you so much for your super chat. Always amazed by your hard work and the live streams. Thank you so very much. What do you think about Elon's current involvement in the government? Well, I just named it a little bit. First and foremost, for me, the reason why I created this channel in the beginning, when I created it, Musk wasn't even, he wasn't as big as he is right now. He wasn't politically active at all. And I was already a fan of all of this even before I started the channel. So for me personally, and for everybody out there, it should be the same thing. This is about spaceflight. That's the reason why we have the channel, because we want to talk about what's happening in the space industry. That being said, his current political involvement is very confrontational. That's all I want to say about this. There's a lot of chatter from everywhere. Everybody seems to be extremely tense right now. I have a large X account with over 100,000 followers. You cannot believe how much I am confronted right now with political stuff. but also with like it kind of seems like right now it seems to me like every time somebody opens their mouth, somebody else is quick to judge them. What I do think about all this is that everybody, including Elon Musk, should calm down. In tense situations is when problems occur and when mistakes are made. And I do think we should all take a deep breath. That's my first and foremost thing that I would like to see from everybody, not just from Elon Musk or Donald Trump or whoever is involved in this as well. Take a deep breath, take a look at the numbers, take a look at the data you have available, and then make the best decision you can. The world is in a very tense state right now, and that goes far beyond spaceflight. And I do think a little bit more calmness would be really, really good. That's all I'm saying about that. That being said, on top of that, I am from Germany, but I moved to the United States. So I'm not voting in Germany anymore because I don't want to interfere with voting system that I'm not even a part of anymore. I don't live in that country, but I also have not been granted a green card by the United States, so I can't vote here either. So I have exactly zero political influence right now, which is a shame. I would love to vote, but yeah. That on top of everything. Honestly, I'm busy with the rockets, and I hope I can stay busy with the rockets if everybody stays calm in the background. That's all I'm saying to that right now.
Gwen and Kathy.
Yes. What did you say?
Gwen and Kathy.
Gwen and...
Yeah, Starship.
Yes, and on top of that, Steffi is just rightfully saying it. It's not just Elon Musk. It's Gwynne Shotwell and Kathy Luders. That's the one that she named right now because there are some extremely strong women in the team. It's thousands of people building this stuff, and it's dozens of people deciding over it. Gwynne Shotwell is the one running Starbase. Elon Musk is involved in this still, but Gwynne Shotwell has taken over for some time. She's managing the entire thing. What you see out there is the work of other people. There's so much more involved than just this political turmoil, and I hope it's going to settle down. That's all I'm saying to that. Everybody should get to a round table and start getting together and forming opinions together and help each other. Wouldn't that be nice? That's what I'm saying about this. Thank you. It's a very relevant question, that's for sure. All right, I'm going to speed do a few more here. We have Epic Valleys still. Thank you so much for the super chat. 15K watching and only 6.8K likes. That's an old one. I think we're past 20,000. But I can just confirm. If everybody who's watching right now would subscribe and like, you would see that counter skyrocket. So if you want to give us a huge smile on the face, take the time, grab your remote or tap the screen on your phone or wherever you're watching, push the like button, push the subscribe button. It helps us a lot, and it's completely for free. Thank you, Epic Valleys, still for pointing that out again and for the super chat. We have Mark Razor. Thank you. There is a frost line on the ship. Well, it was to be expected. SpaceX is actively fueling the Starship again, so we're in for a launch, possibly, hopefully, and the subscriber counter is raising. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody. Okay, Mark Razor, I just can't get over the fact that it's 2025 and Starship looks like a Buck Rogers rocket. Totally agree. Felix, when there is a launch, I always watch your channel. Thank you so much. I love the current Starship design. We've seen so many standard rockets, even if they have a fancy livery like the Vulcan rocket, Starship just looks metal. I love the thing. It looks Star Warsy. It looks sci-fi. I love the choice of stainless steel. It looks like a piece of art that's been made by engineers, in my opinion. I love the thing. So totally agreed. Voniatic, thank you so much for your super chat. Amazing channel, Felix. Thank you so much for the content. So much content on the hardware. Any plans for a video on the software of Starship? I would love to, but that's IP. That's SpaceX's intellectual property, and they don't let people look into this. I've done a few things about how Falcon 9s aim for the pad. It's interesting, and I should maybe do maybe even a dedicated video about that. We're starting a dedicated videos pipeline right now in the production team. It's a lot of fun. We've already released 2. One about the Raptor engine. I'm wearing the T-shirt right now. Elliot made like so many custom animations for that. And a second one on why SpaceX got rid of the legs. Check those videos out. They'll give you a taste of what's to come. And maybe a future video is about the software. Yes, there's even AI involved. So that would be a trending topic. We've discussed it before, and it would be super interesting, but it's hard to get information on it. That's the reason why we haven't tackled it in a bigger format yet. Good question. James Grimma, thank you so much for your super chat. Good morning from Australia. Good job, Felix and the team. Love the stream. Well, in Australia, you're going to be really close to the landing site of Ship 34, hopefully. And that's why SpaceX is choosing this launch time as well. That's a pretty interesting thing that somebody from Australia is right now saying good morning. That's the reason why they're launching right now, because they want to have daylight landings. And the ship needs to travel basically through the night. In its coast phase, it'll be in the dark, and then when it lands, it's on the next morning again in Australia. So that's why they picked that landing site. That's a fun thing. Thank you so much for bringing that up. We have Ken Lacrosse. Thank you so much for your super chat. Aha, super chat is the answer. Yes, it is. Thank you so much for giving us some coffee money. Michael Atkinson, thank you so much for your super chat. Is SpaceX working on non-chemical engines? The ones they have now seem pretty slow for going to Mars. Again, that's kind of the same thing as with the heat tiles. Why don't they just use magical material X? The chemical rockets are the best thing available right now. There is nuclear propulsion, there is ion drives and all this kind of stuff, but they all have their upsides and downsides. Ion drives have very little thrust, and nuclear engines just aren't available yet. NASA is developing stuff, but there isn't anything. And you also don't want to put a considerable amount of fission material on a rocket that isn't reliable yet, and so on and so forth. So right now, the chemical rockets are what's getting us to Mars. It's as simple as it is again. There are other solutions, but they're not available yet. It's not like you can just open a magical box and take out some future technology. You have to make it reliable, you have to develop it, and that takes time. But the Starship is the first step to meaningful efforts in space that'll make us stay there. So here's to the future. This might be something that's going to be tackled in the next 10 years or so. We have Zen Ortman. Just short question here. SpaceX isn't live yet, right? All right. All right, because we're at the 35-minute mark. Did they push this? Have they announced anything?
1 minute. 5:55.
Huh? Yeah. I'm just checking in with the team here to see if SpaceX is still, for everybody out there. I have my people on the headphone. SpaceX isn't online yet. We're going to catch them as soon as they go live. Okay, so the logo is up already. We're going to switch to them as soon as possible. Real quick, Zane Ortman, thank you so much for the super chat. Felix, your channel is amazing. From Baltimore, U.S. Navy active duty. Thank you for your service. One of my best friends lives in Hagerstown, which isn't too far away from Baltimore. I've landed there many times to go visit him. Shout out to Matt if you're watching. It's a lovely area. Thank you so much for tuning in. All right, a few more seconds. Vangberg Fly Fishing, thank you so much for your super chat. Good evening from Norway. Thank you so much for tuning in. We have Martin Peterson. Thank you so much for your super chat from Denmark. Thanks for this channel. You all do a good job and checking in regularly. No-go that you haven't seen Babylon 5. Yeah, I agree. Best regards from Denmark. Honey, we have to watch Babylon 5. Ricky, thank you so much for your super chat. If plasma can be influenced by magnetism, such as in nuclear fission, yes, it is probable to have an electromagnetic heat shield that redirects the plasma, or using an active magnetic liquid cooling system. Yeah, there's your magical box again. Theoretically, absolutely. Practically, you have to design and test it first. That's all the stuff that can maybe come in the future if we are able to turn this into a rapidly reusable rocket. That's why we're cheering for SpaceX right now. And this is, again, far bigger than any political turmoil, in my opinion. So if you are in doubt, if you should still follow SpaceX because your political opinion diverts from what's happening right now, see this separated. SpaceX is something separated from this. And if this actually works out, it is going to be an absolutely amazing thing to happen for all of humankind. It's bigger than SpaceX. It's bigger than the United States even. It involves the entire planet. So there you go. Okay, so we have Christian Cortez. Thank you so much for your super chat. How does SpaceX plan to refuel the first human-carrying Starship on Mars, and what measures will they take to keep the fuel cold, preventing boil-off? Sabatier process. That is a process that turns CO2 and water into methane, as far as I hope I got that right. I've done this on episodes before, but I'm not a master of chemistry, but I think that's roughly the right way. So you can produce methane on Mars. That's the reason why SpaceX chose methane as the fuel, because RP1, fossil fuels aren't a thing on Mars. Hydrogen would be a thing, but it's really hard to handle and to store. So that's why methane. That's the entire reason why they're doing methane right now, because you can produce it on Mars. The first Starship to arrive on Mars is likely going to arrive together with a Starship that carries fuel, because you want to be able to make them leave again, no matter if your fuel production works or not. So they're going to probably bring a safety margin with them. But long term, they want to produce the fuel on Mars. There's your solution. Ted Oliver, thank you so much for your super chat. Given a greater coverage of tiles, could the Starship be rotated side to side during re-entry to help dissipate the heat? Theoretically, but you do want to have a heat. The problem is if you turn it, there's a reason why there's heat shield. Let me get An Zhuang's absolutely amazing model back up here. There's a reason why this heat shield roughly ends at half the diameter of the ship on both sides. It's because the plasma flow goes to half the diameter. That's how physics work. It's a round diameter, and the plasma leaves the edge of the hull directly at that half point of the diameter. So if you rotated, you would expose part of the stainless steel shield to the plasma flow and all sorts of other stuff that's attached on the outside as well. You would produce turbulent flow at supersonic plasma flows. I'm not an expert on that either, but I can tell you that the physics running there are different than just water flow. This is a different thing. So the solution would be to have heat tiles that actually resist it reliably and without big refurbishment efforts, because it's supposed to be rapidly reusable. So I don't think rotating is the solution, even though, well, it's good to suggest it. Maybe you pitch that to SpaceX. But I would say it's not feasible. It's not practical. We have Jonathan Smith. Thank you so much for your super chat. Do you think there is any chance that the booster could be launched in Texas and caught in Florida, or is that a bit too far? It could be, but it wouldn't make much sense, because you need that booster to launch the next Starship at Starbase. So you want it to return back, and it would consume a lot of extra fuel, because it would need to go onto a ballistic trajectory to Florida. I've heard that many times, that SpaceX could also just manufacture the Starships in Boca Chica and then fly them over to Starbase, to Florida. While this all makes kind of sense, it doesn't entirely make sense. It's better to produce them on both sides. There you go. There you go. It's the intro video, but we're getting there. And we've just passed 6,000 subscribers. So thank you so much for that, everybody. We're close to getting SpaceX's commentary. I'm just going to really quick go to a few more here. Mark Bussard, you're awesome in the Florida Keys. Will we see it? Yes, you will. If you're there at the right time, you will absolutely see the Starship pass by. I know people who have done that. Andy Moore, what's going on with spin launch? Super interesting. Spin launch is supposed to get payloads to space with a centrifuge, basically, which is an extremely interesting concept. But I do think that that's even more feasible on the moon and on Mars, because that works even better if you have a lower gravity. What was that? All right, so that would spin launch is super interesting, and I hope that they're going to continue their development. If you don't know about them, Google it. It's very interesting. But I think that's live now.
People, and welcome to the 8th flight test of Starship. It's currently 5:01 p.m. Central Time here in Starbase, Texas, and we're looking forward to tonight's launch of the world's most powerful rocket. Great view there of the vehicle on the pad. I'm Kate Tice, Senior Quality Systems Engineering Manager here at SpaceX.
And I'm Dan Hewitt with SpaceX Communications. Welcome to our second ever broadcast from Starbase's new Star Factory building. First, if you don't count Monday. But we are at T-minus 28 minutes, 20 seconds, and counting, down to a liftoff at the open of our window at 5:30 p.m. Central Time today.
3 days ago, we stood down from a launch attempt after triggering a few holds during the count, which had us hold at T-minus 40 seconds for several minutes, resume the count, and then trigger another automated hold. The final item that ended the day was when we encountered lower than acceptable pressure on the ground spin start system for 2 of the outer engines on the Super Heavy booster. All Raptor engines use high pressure gas to start up, and we use gas stored on the ground side to start up the 20 outer engines on Super Heavy. By the time this automated hold appeared and the team started to work through it, we also triggered a hold on the booster LOX levels and had to call it for the day.
We were able to trace the spin system issue to just a misconfig on some of the ground hardware, so that had a really straightforward fix. We just took the time, though, to look into some of the other items that resulted in holds throughout the count, including some of our automation was triggering holds on the booster, which we were able to actually clear during that launch attempt by confirming the hardware was healthy, and we had some manual commanding backups. We also looked at some pop-up hardware and software issues on the ship, and just to put us in the best possible spot for a launch today, we destacked Starship, did some repairs inside a ship, and then ran some additional checkouts.
And that brings us to today, just about a month and a half after our last flight, which saw the second ever tower catch of the Super Heavy booster and the first flight of our upgraded ship, which unfortunately ended much sooner than we had hoped. It's important to remember that in development programs like this, progress is not always linear, and there is no comparison to putting flight hardware in a flight environment to learn as fast as possible. We always want to be in the best possible position to achieve our mission objectives, which is why we stood down from launch on our previous attempt and took the time over the last few days to get ready for launch.
Now, the objectives for today's flight going to look very similar to Flight 7. As always, primary payload for these flight tests is data. We are planning to deploy some simulated Starlink satellites and fly a range of experiments focused on reentry. We removed a whole bunch of tiles again from the ship for reentry testing, looking to really stress test it.
We'll also be intentionally stressing the flaps during reentry so we can test the limits of ship before we get ready to attempt future ship catches. So there is a lot of new testing happening today, and as always, excitement is guaranteed.
Now, just a real quick status check. So you could tell we're loading prop onto the vehicle. We're able to get through our prop load go, no go just about 40 minutes ago. And we are loading liquid oxygen, liquid methane on both vehicles, not tracking any vehicle problems, issues on either booster or ship. Weather is green right now. Winds at the pad are actually significantly lower than they are even just for us over here at the Star Factory. Just a couple mile difference makes a big change in those wind speeds. And range is currently projected to be go, but we are always watching any boats that are out there in the ascent and the entry. Now,
25 minutes.
A couple of minutes to meet today's vehicle. Sitting there on the pad, it's the world's biggest rocket, Starship.
Starship consists of 2 stages, the ship, which has 6 Raptor engines, and the Super Heavy booster, which has 33 Raptor engines. Both stages are fully reusable. Super Heavy is the most powerful rocket ever flown and is designed to launch, return, and refuel, and launch again with 0 refurb between flights.
And then everything else you see around Starship, we refer to as Stage 0. That includes the towers. We've got our second launch tower stacked on the left side of your screen there, getting ready to come online later this year. It also applies to orbital launch mounts, our quick disconnect systems, everything on board. Also the water-cooled flame deflector, which is right underneath Starship. That's a particularly cool piece of engineering. It uses several 100,000 gallons of potable water to offset the pretty intense heat pressure coming out of those 33 Raptor engines at the bottom of the Super Heavy booster at the time of liftoff.
Now, you mentioned engines. Of the 6 Raptor engines on the ship, 3 of those are optimized for sea level performance and the other 3 for vacuum. Raptor vacuum, or RVAC, well, those have a larger exhaust section and expansion nozzle to maximize efficiency in space, as there's no atmosphere up there. The ship as a whole is designed for vertical takeoff and landing on any hard surface.
The ship itself has 4 flaps that are used to control its attitude and enable precision landing during subsonic flight. And then for full reusability, the ship has to survive reentry not just once, but multiple times. It does that by using that heat shield, which is composed of those thousands of hexagonal ceramic tiles, which can insulate the vehicle during reentry, temperatures spiking up to about 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit in some spots. And a rapidly reusable heat shield has never been flown on any vehicle in history. So continuously improving the one we have, Starship, is still a key focus of our flight test campaign.
And of course, in between our first and second stages is our hot stage. Hot staging is when the second stage engines ignite while still attached to the first stage.
Yeah, that's hot staging right there.
There you can actually
Beautiful.
see a video of our previous hot staging maneuver, or executed on a previous flight. And how the ship's engines light while it's still ignited while the booster's engines are still firing. Basically, the rocket never stops accelerating, which makes it more efficient than traditional stage separation.
And then after we launch the booster, we also have to catch the booster. And we do that by using the two robotic arms, the same ones that lift Starship onto Super Heavy before we launch. They also catch the booster when it returns. It means we don't have to have any landing legs in the booster. That's a lighter booster. It means we can put more payload, more stuff going to space.
Thousands of criteria must be met before the booster can return and be caught. It requires a healthy systems and manual commanding from the flight director.
And just like on our previous flights, if that command's not sent before the end of the boost back burn, or if those automated health checks running in the background find any unacceptable conditions on the booster or the tower, they'll kick us out, and the booster can default to a landing burn and a soft splashdown out there in the Gulf.
Yeah, we've said it before, we'll say it again because it still holds true today. We accept no compromises when it comes to ensuring the safety of the public and our team, and the booster return will only take place if those thousands of conditions are right. So as the clock continues to tick down to launch, let's say hello to Chris, who's once again posted up in Hawthorne. How's it going, Chris?
Hey, Kate and Dan, and welcome everyone to Hawthorne, California. As you can hear and as you can see, the crowd is gathering. Excitement is really building here for Starship's 8th flight today. And speaking of flight, let's talk about the Raptor engines, which have quite a workout ahead of them today. Now, our Raptor engines are designed and manufactured right here in Hawthorne, and they have certainly accomplished some impressive things already. They've powered Starship in its first few flights around Earth, and they've helped bring 2 Super Heavy boosters back for a catch by the Mechazilla system at the launch site. But here at SpaceX, we're always looking to improve our designs, and we do this by using something that we call the algorithm. Now, for Raptor, the algorithm has helped us question the requirements for the engine, find the parts that we don't need, and then optimize the design for manufacturability and reuse. This allows us to simplify designs and drives us toward that rapid, reliable reuse. And as you can see on your screen here, it is definitely what we have done with the Raptor engine. Look at that beautiful family photo. You can really see how Raptor 3 is an unprecedented step forward in design. It eliminates the parts we don't need. It moves a lot of stuff inside the engine. And one thing that it also allows us to do is to delete the heavy engine heat shields that are used on the current version of Raptor today. And what that means is that when we switch to the Raptor 3 engine later this year, we'll be able to save about a metric ton of mass per engine. And when you multiply that by 39 or more engines, that's a lot of mass. And that mass savings actually helps us increase Starship's efficiency and the amount of payload that we're able to deliver to space and to Mars with Starship. But before we get to Mars, we still have a lot of important and critical development work to do. And it's flight tests like today's that help us do just that. Needless to say, the Raptor teams here in Hawthorne are very excited for today's flight and to see their hard work fly, just like all of our Starship teams are today for Flight 8. So Dan and Kate, back to you for some more info on Flight 8.
19 minutes.
Thanks, Chris. You mentioned development. Let's talk about things that we learned from our last Starship mission. In January, Flight 7 of Starship generated lots of important data. That data led us to change some of our pre-flight testing for today's flight. A major find from Flight 7 was the detection of a harmonic response that was much stronger during flight than anything we had seen during testing.
That's right. Rocket engines create incredible amount of noise, vibration that can pass through every component in the rocket itself. Flight 7, we saw those vibrations at a specific frequency. They were also strong in a strong enough amplitude that it was placing a lot of extra stress on some of Starship's propulsion system. And that's what most likely led to propellant leaks that then cascaded into fires and ultimately our loss of contact with the ship.
As part of our investigation, our team took this flight's ship through a 60-second static fire, which was 10 times longer than any previous static fire. The test cycled through throttle levels to recreate different conditions seen within the propulsion system during flight. You can see that on your screen now. We also tested hardware changes on fuel feed lines to Raptor's vacuum engines.
The additional data we got from this test specifically led to some new hardware that's installed in the RVAC fuel feed lines, which are also unique to this upgraded version of Ship. Those feed lines look like large straws. They run through the oxygen tank, and those are delivering fuel directly to those vacuum engines. The new hardware was successful in significantly lowering the strength of that harmonic resonance and relieving the extra stress on the prop system. And then just in addition to new hardware, we made a couple of operational tweaks, adjusting things like the temperature of the propellant as it's being fed to the engines, also changing the throttle level that we're setting those engines at on ascent.
We also looked at where fires broke out in the attic, which is the unpressurized space between the bottom of the ship's liquid oxygen tank and the engine heat shields. Fires here resulted in loss of ship on flights 2 and 7, so we took steps to make it more resilient to leaks. We added a hefty purge system that uses gaseous nitrogen. Similar to the carbon dioxide system on the booster, it floods the zone with an inert gas to help prevent a fire.
Yeah, we also increased the attic's just natural fire defense. We added some more vent holes that helps to keep that attic pressure close to vacuum. As Starship flies into space, makes it harder for a fire to ever exist. And then on the next generation ship, we're going to do the best thing possible and just start deleting some parts.
Yeah, the best part is no part.
The next generation of ship is going to use Raptor 3 engines, which are going to reduce that attic volume, and they're also going to eliminate most of the joints on the engines themselves that can leak into the space.
In the end, these changes represent the core of our test program. We fly hardware in a real-world environment, learn from the data, make updates, and fly again.
Yep.
And then today we're going to be attempting to do everything that we didn't get to do on Flight 7. So we're still looking to get our first re-entry with the upgraded ship, while we're going to be really intentionally stressing it again to get data on what the vehicle's boundaries are. So everything we've got ahead of us, as always, starts with liftoff, and that's super heavy, igniting those 33 Raptor engines, lifting off from the pad here at Starbase for that initial ascent. All 33 will burn for the first roughly 2 minutes before we get into hot staging.
For hot staging, the second stage will ignite its engines while still attached to the first stage. That will create that stage separation. The booster will perform a flip maneuver and head on back to the launch site here just behind us. Then we will hopefully see the third ever tower catch by the launch tower.
Meanwhile, ship completes its ascent burn, gets into its suborbital trajectory. We've got some extra things we're going to do in space, like deploy those Starlink simulators. Also going to be relighting one of the Raptor engines, one of the sea level engines, before we get into re-entry.
Yeah, that re-entry phase will test multiple experiments, including missing heat shield tiles, metallic tiles, and loading the vehicle's flaps. The ship will then perform a flip maneuver and hopefully achieve a soft water landing as we have seen before. We've got some buoy cams stationed out there to give us great daylight views of that splashdown in the Indian Ocean.
Yeah, it's a lot, but again, we're really focused on finding what are the real world limits of Starship. We're doing it in this very remote area to find those limits before we get ready to return ship to the launch site and eventually catch it. And a lot of the upgrades we made to get to this version of ship are going to enable that.
Yeah, man, that's going to be exciting to see ship catch.
It's going to be wild.
Now, Ship 7 premiered a huge block of upgrades to add more capability to Starship, and we've carried them through to test on Flight 8 today. First, the forward flaps got a redesign. They have shrunk and shifted away from the ship's belly or the heat shield. You can see that on your screen there. This new position will reduce their exposure to heating during re-entry. We've also extended the length of Starship, and we've done this by 2 meters. This additional height gives us about 25% more propellant volume, which will aid in future longer duration missions. We also implemented propulsion upgrades, such as new fuel feed line system for the Raptor vacuum engines, as well as vacuum jacketing of feed lines and an improved propulsion avionics module.
And you've heard us talk, a lot of the experiments we're running today are focused on re-entry. We're intentionally removing a whole bunch of tiles all over Starship itself in this missing tile test. They're removed in critical areas this time, including over those propellant tanks, around some of the flaps, as we're really looking to use this flight to push Starship's capabilities. If we're not resilient to a missing tile and the backup ablative underneath, we need to know that. We also test a couple of different tiles on Starship, some metallic ones, one of which has some active cooling built into it.
Avionics also underwent a complete redesign with 4 upgraded Starlink terminals. You can see the location there popping up on your screen. Those now combine Starlink navigation and radio frequency, as well as communications into a single unit. And non-structural versions of the ship's catch fittings have been installed to test thermal performance, i.e. do they survive re-entry, along with smoothed and tapered edge on the tile line to address hotspots we covered and saw in Flight 6.
And we've got some radar sensors on the tower catch arms again, as we're just looking at different ways to measure distance between the arms and a vehicle. These ones are actually protected by kind of a modified version of our heat shield tiles. Catching the ship's going to be a little different from catching a booster. One of the key things is it's going to do that flip right before its landing burn that rapidly reorients your antennas, which you're using for navigation. So those extra sensors on the ground side help just add more layers of control as ship and tower talk together for the catch.
And in another first, Starship will deploy 4 Starlink simulators. They are similar in size to our next generation Starlink satellites. Starship will have the ability to deploy our advanced V3 Starlink satellites, which will help further Starlink's impact in the coming years as we work to expand access to high-speed internet all around the world.
Each Starlink V3 launch is planned to add about 60 terabits per second of capacity to the Starlink network. To give you some perspective, that's about 20 times the capacity we're adding right now with every V2 mini launch on a Falcon 9. Those Starlink simulators that we're going to deploy are on the same suborbital trajectory as Starship itself. They're expected to demise upon entry. Starship's trajectory looks super similar to our last couple of flights. Splashdown is targeted for the Indian Ocean. And then on top of all of that, again, we are planning to relight 1 Raptor engine while in space. That just helps us get data on the in-space burns and show Starship is capable of deorbiting.
Speaking of deorbiting, thanks to Starlink, one of the hallmarks of the Starship missions are the incredible views that we get throughout flight, and especially during reentry, as evidenced by many a phone and desktop background around here. Yeah. Every day, we're working to expand the Starlink network both on Earth and in space. For how this all connects us to the big mission, let's head back to Chris.
Thanks, Kate. Personally, I love all those epic views of the plasma wrapping around Starship during reentry. Can't wait to see that later today. And fans of Starship may know that Starlink enables us to bring you lots of unprecedented views, both from space and here.
All right, while Chris is giving the pitch on Starlink, which you should try out if you haven't done so yet, I totally agree with them. It's pretty fascinating. We're 10 minutes to the launch right now. This is absolutely amazing. We have 46,000 people watching. We have 13,900 likes. Something's missing here. Smash the like button, smash the subscribe button to make the team smile. This is extremely important for us. You help us a lot by doing this. You see the counter down there in the corner. Make that thing race. Thank you so much.
That captured from an earlier flight. Now, Starlink also connects our aerial and cinematography units on the ground at Starbase, which will help us deliver the incredible drone shots leading up to launch today. And here on your screen, you can actually see us moving the flaps, preparing Starship for flight, making sure all of the aero surfaces that need to move during flight can do so in the way that we need them to. Now, on Starship itself, Starlink will enable Starship today to stream more than 120 megabits per second of real-time, high-definition video and telemetry in every phase of flight, including views like you're seeing right now of those flaps moving. This not only helps provide those views, but it also helps give our engineers an incredible amount of data to help us rapidly and iterate across all parts of the system as we move through our development program. And all of the streaming data today will definitely be put to good use with the more than 30 cameras on the vehicle for flight. But providing epic views is sort of a side quest for Starlink. Its main job is obviously to provide internet access for people around the world, many of whom who have never had connectivity before. Now, today, Starlink serves more than 125 countries, territories, and other markets with over 5 million active customers and counting. And there are just so many inspiring ways that people are using Starlink all around the world and in space. And hopefully today, in a few minutes, everyone will get to see more inspiration about what our future in space looks like. And Dan and Kate, how are we
Look at that vapor in the background.
Thanks, Chris. We are looking forward to those views as well. In fact, we're getting ready to launch Starship in just over 8 minutes. Now, as for a couple status updates, working no major issues on the vehicle. Range is emerald green, you could say. Everything looks great in terms of the sea and airspace here in the Gulf of America, as well as in the Indian Ocean. Of course, we want to make sure both areas are clear as the ship will be splashing down in the Indian Ocean while the booster is going to be coming back to us at the launch site just a couple miles behind Dan and I. Weather, you could call it a silver lining that we had to delay from Monday because holy moly, visibility is 1,000 times better today and it's going to make for some really great views. Now leading up to today, we did stack the vehicle later last night. Flight controllers reported to their consoles earlier today. The site was cleared and the range team was deployed.
That's right. And a lot of checkouts have happened just throughout the day, aligning our guidance, navigation, control, getting all the tanks ready for prop load, which has about 4 minutes left to go. You can see us almost topping out on ship, getting ready to top out on booster. And then it also includes getting all the ground support systems checked out, ready to go. Chopsticks were demated, did their wiggle test in advance of their upcoming catch opportunity. So as I just said, prop load's ongoing. We've got a little over about 4 minutes left until, or about 4 minutes. What's 7 minus 4? 4 minutes until we get to closeouts on ship and on booster. We did just hear that the range did pull again green. So we're not tracking any issues right now. Bottom line, things are looking great for launch at the top of our window at 5:30 p.m. Central Time.
Yeah, very exciting. Now, once again, we are attempting to catch the booster at the launch tower. If that happens today, it will be the 3rd ever booster catch. This is an aspect that I really enjoy, and it's how the vehicle announces that it is back.
It lets you know.
Oh, yeah. This comes in an audible sonic boom in the area around the return location, which occur when the booster slows down from traveling at supersonic speeds. Similar sonic booms were heard during the return and landing of NASA's space shuttle.
Yes, sonic booms are unique to vehicles returning from space. They're kind of a hallmark of reusable systems like our Falcon 9 rocket and Falcon Heavy. General impact to those in the surrounding area is that brief thunder-like noise. I've been fortunate enough to be here for all of them so far. They definitely let you know the vehicle's coming. Here's a little bit about what it's like to experience it.
This is fantastic stuff. I have not seen that yet live. I've seen Falcon 9 boosters return, but not a Super Heavy, and I'm very much looking forward to the first time I see this. Wow.
And as someone who grew up hearing those sonic booms as the shuttles landed in Florida and now hearing them for Falcon and Starship as well, they really are something to experience. And when you hear them, you just know it's a spaceship telling everyone that it wants to be reused. Great sounds. So as you can hear, the room is getting excited here in Hawthorne. The crowd eager to see Starship fly, as you can see. And here, now behind me in our flight control room here in Hawthorne, you can see some of our folks on console. They're assisting the flight controllers in Starbase, keeping an eye on all of Starship's various systems, including its avionics and those Raptor engines we talked about a little bit earlier. So Dan and Kate, with 4 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock, let's hit it back to you at Starbase and hopefully watch Starship lift off today.
Thanks so much, Chris. Now, if you're just joining us, we're now just about 4 minutes until the liftoff of the 8th test flight of Starship. As we reported earlier, range and weather are both very green, super green, if you will, and everything is looking good. Propellant loading continues to happen. We're going to be closing out very soon on both stages of Starship.
Yeah, we're almost fully fueled on our tanks. We're going to see that closeout coming in just about 30 seconds on ship. So that's both the main and the header tanks. And then about 30 seconds later on booster. Once prop load is complete, we got just shy of 1 million pounds of liquid propellant. That's liquid oxygen, liquid methane onto both vehicles. All of our ground systems will do what's called pushbacks. They'll clear all those feed lines. We're not continuously replenishing the propellant on board Starship or Super Heavy. That's why we essentially have several minutes where we can hang out at that T-minus 40 hold point before we start to run into issues with temperatures or just those LOX levels, or that LOX level on the booster is one of the main things that we watch. So we're also going to do a couple of final checkouts. We'll do one final one of the thrust vector control, the TVCs on the booster. We'll see them hopefully do a little bit of a wiggle test. The first one comes at about 1:40 before launch, and then the last one comes right as we pass that T-minus 40 gate. Again, if we need to hold, which we held a couple of times on Monday, we can do so at that T-minus 40 second. We're not currently tracking any issues that would hold us there, but if we do run into that, we can hang out for a couple minutes.
That would be the point in the countdown, as we mentioned on Monday. That T-minus 40 second point is when we can pause to hold for final checkouts or pressurizations if necessary. But once we pass that T-minus 40 second mark, a number of things are going to occur in rapid succession. The ground spin and ignition systems will come up to flight pressure. The ship goes to internal power. And after that, the quick disconnect or QD arm lockout, that's removed in preparation for retraction shortly after T0. Once we pass T-minus 40 seconds, as we saw on Monday, we had the ability to recycle the count under certain conditions back to that T-minus 40 second mark and hold there to assess what happened and if we're able to proceed to T0.
And like we said, that we can hang out at T-minus 40 for several minutes before we start running into some limits, essentially. On our propellant on board. There are a couple of other things, like if we pass the T-minus 10 second point and the water starts to flow in that flame deflector and we scrub, that's automatic scrub for the day. Oh, there's our TVC, our thrust vector control checkout's got a little bit of a wiggle there on those inner Raptor engines, those 13 inner ones, which are going to be used for that boostback burn and the landing burn. So cool to see those.
Yeah. I love that shot. We don't have that on Falcon. And it's just so cool to see really the business end of the Super Heavy booster.
1 minute. 1 minute, everybody. Now comes the hold, possible hold at 40 seconds. Let's see if they could just go through. Let's just go through. Go through.
10 seconds away from that T-minus 40 hold. We'll see.
Come on. We have a hold.
All right, we are going to hold at T-minus 40. We're watching the temperatures on the ship right now for the ship fuel.
Come on.
Sounds like they're working through that. We might be able to release that hold shortly. All right, sounds like we're going to be able to reset those holds, not tracking any other holds. And clock is rolling.
And the clock is rolling once again.
Come on!
Now T-minus 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Liftoff of the 8th flight of Starship.
Our flight director, Joe Schleicher, today is go for launch. Let's listen in as he takes us through the final seconds of the count.
All right, everybody count together. Oh.
T-minus 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
1. Come on! Engine ignition! Engine ignition! Come on! Come on! Come on! Get off the pad!
we have the
Woohoo!
check that range.
Yes! Oh, beautiful! Alright, now that's 150.
right, we're a little over 40 seconds into the flight. We are
Booster and
seeing
ship,
33
power
out of
telemetry nominal.
33 Raptor engines ignited. Boosters pushing us downrange over the Gulf. Next milestone coming up in just under 10 seconds is going to be max Q, that max aerodynamic pressure.
Yes.
Max Q.
Let the beauty go. Max Q. Oh, we're going. Come on.
All right, so we're through max Q. That's the heaviest stresses it's kind of seeing on the way up. Wow, that was pretty incredible.
I'm still recovering. That was amazing. Beautiful views of the vehicle on ascent, pitching downrange away from the launch tower.
Next thing coming up is hot staging. So we're going to look for 6 engines to ignite on ship while we're still attached to the top of the booster. We'll see all but those 3 center engines shut down on booster.
It's flying.
All right, let's watch the hot staging.
We're hearing the initial call that we are go for booster catch back here at the launch tower.
That was my daughter, by the way.
Coming up now on hot staging, the ship's engines will ignite while still attached to the Super Heavy booster, and also while Super Heavy booster will still be under power itself. The clamps holding the 2 stages together are going to release, and Starship second stage engines will
Booster
ignite.
engine cut off.
Nice. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Ship engine startup.
All right. Full ignition.
Stage separation.
2 engines out. Might be the low pressure startup again. Shouldn't be a problem though.
There we go. Ship engines, all 6 Raptors ignited. We're doing that boost back burn. Looks like we got 11 of the 13 that we command for that, so that's going to start sending the booster back. We are still go for booster return, even with 2 Raptors out during that boost back. We can do a full duration one. But looks like we got a ship, 6 engines heading into space, and then we got a booster hopefully on our way back to Starbase. How's everything going in Hawthorne, Chris?
Everything is looking good. The crowd eagerly followed that ascent and now watching the booster coming back. So as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen here, that is ship continuing, and that's a great view of ship continuing on its way to space. They're looking, that's inside the camera, inside the aft skirt, looking at the Raptor vacuum and the sea level engines, the sea level ones there in the center of your screen under our T+ clock. You can see our boost back burn. We're down to 3 engines on the boost back burn. And you can see ship on the right-hand side of that telemetry with 6 engines lit, continuing its ascent to orbit, already over 100 kilometers in altitude. The booster 87 kilometers in altitude and continuing its trek right now back to the landing site and catch site. There's a shutdown. And we just heard a good call out for Boostback Shutdown.
Good.
The next thing we should see on our screen is the separation of the hot stage from the Super Heavy booster. We jettisoned that because we do not need it for the landing, but on future iterations of the Super Heavy, that hot stage ring will be incorporated into the booster and we will get it back. But for today, you can see it on the right-hand side of your screen there, just separating off of from the right-hand side of the booster. You can also see the booster doing its liquid oxygen dump there, which is exactly what we would expect for it to do as the booster gets itself configured for the landing here. Now, meanwhile, Starship will continue to coast after it reaches orbit for about 40 minutes or so up to an altitude of 214 kilometers, but it's still got a ways to go there, currently accelerating past 7,500 kilometers per hour there in velocity. And just look at those great views of the booster coming back. The Gulf coastline there just looks absolutely gorgeous.
Starship is on a nominal trajectory.
And there we hear nominal trajectories all around. And Dan and Kate, we're at 5 minutes, 15 seconds here into the flight. Everything looking good for the Super Heavy and for Starship today. What's it like there at Starbase as we get ready to catch?
It was incredible, Chris, to be able to see the mock diamonds with my own eyes. That was amazing. We are standing by for return of booster back to the launch tower. We have heard that we are go for the catch of the booster.
Yeah, this coming from one of our long-range tracking cameras, we're able to see the hot stage separate and fly away. So coming up in just about 30 seconds, we're going to look for the landing burn. We're going to command those 13 inner and middle ring engines to turn on. 13 initially, they bleed off all of that velocity as we're slowing down from supersonic speeds, eventually moding down to only 3 engines for that precision flight into the tower.
Right now, booster using its 4 hypersonic grid fins to help guide itself through this atmospheric entry back for its precision landing at the launch site.
Let's do it.
Once
3
again, we're going
kilometers.
to ignite first the center 13 engines. We should see that coming up here momentarily.
Oh, one is missing. One is missing.
This is going to come down to 3 engines as the booster slows down for its landing. And we just heard the sonic boom. What an incredible sight to see the super heavy booster gliding down into the chopstick arms once again.
Incredible.
Stuck
Incredible
the
stuff.
landing.
Wow. That will never get old.
All right.
This is such an
We saw
incredible
12 out of
stuff.
13 light for that landing burn. Booster still able to make its way with that final precision burn on the 3 engines in for the tower catch. So booster caught. Meanwhile, keeping an eye on ship. Still got 6 Raptors burning. Those are going to continue for about another minute until we'll get to the Starship engine cutoff. Really cool view. Again, a million shout outs to all of our avionics team who make these cameras possible for us. That's looking right down inside essentially the skirt area of ship, where you can see a pretty good view of all 6 Raptors, especially those 3 inner ones, one of which we're going to hopefully relight a little bit later. And we just saw some engines go out.
No.
It looks like we are losing attitude control of the ship.
Yeah, that's it. All right, you heard it here first. What's up with that Block 2 ship?
Ship FTS is saved.
It was almost FTS saved.
So we're still getting video down from the ship. You can see we've lost several engines and we've lost attitude control of the vehicle.
Block 2, what are you doing? There's the first leak in the propellant tank. Yep, that's it. End of story. The thing broke up. That's it. All right, Block 2, you're giving us trouble.
So
no.
we'll continue to stick with it.
But I've already seen fuel leak out. That's it.
For those
One
of
more
you
engine
that
out.
have, for those of you that just recently joined us, we had a successful liftoff of the 8th test flight of Starship, followed by a successful stage separation. We saw the booster, actually, you can see it just behind us here. The booster had a successful catch back at the tower. Unfortunately, it seems as though we lost the attitude control of the ship. We are standing by as we listen in with the teams on the nets to understand what information we're able to provide you. We will provide that as soon as we are able, but it's pretty incredible to take a moment and see the booster just behind us. Certainly a different view than last time.
And at this point, we've essentially lost contact with the ship. We're no longer receiving telemetry at this moment. So we were only about 20 seconds away or so from the end of that ship ascent burn. We saw several of the engines start to cut out. Once you lose enough of those center engines, you're going to lose attitude control. And so we did see the ship start to go into a spin. And at this point, we have lost contact with the ship.
Idea.
So we're going to listen in for a little bit. I think it's pretty obvious we're not going to continue the rest of the mission today, but Just give us a couple more minutes. We'll bring you more information as it comes in.
Thank you, guys. Okay, so I have a first theory there. On those last shots in the engine bay, I think I saw fire. I think I saw something leaking out. If we can get a replay up here for a second, because they're still getting the last details out. If we can do this real quick, because there's still 67,000 people watching, by the way, right now. Guys, push the subscribe button, push the like button. These streams are an immense effort for us. And if you want to put a smile on our team's face, push the like button, smash the subscribe button. Thank you so much for watching with us. We're investigating. Okay, so no, even before that, when we saw the engine bay, when everything was still good, there was this there. Now a little bit forward, I think. When that's it. Yeah, this doesn't look like vibrations from the cameras or something. This looks like the engine bay filling up with stuff. If you ask me, there is some vapor coming from the center engines. I think that's already where problems started. All right, switch back to SpaceX. We're going to analyze this in a moment. Maybe they have something more to say. Man, that was something. These past few Starship launches have really been exciting. You see the booster hanging there. That works just fine. Even though everybody before they attempted this said this is totally ludicrous and it'll never work. That seems to be the smallest problem. Even though it looks amazing. But yeah, the ship was off nominal again, and it kind of looks like it was from the engine bay again. First analysis, of course, this can change, but it didn't look good. I saw the engine bay footage while Chris G was still saying, "Oh, this is epic." I was like, any audio from SpaceX still? They're quiet right now. They're still assessing. Yep, they're still assessing this. That's the same view we're getting, especially our pad cam right there is beautiful with the sun setting, with the booster hanging from the tower. This is surreal stuff. This is something out of this world. If it wasn't something I've already seen, it's unbelievable. But the ship, the dreaded Block 2 ship. There you can see the frost lines. That's an interesting shot as well, because you can see how much fuel is left after it's done its landing burn. There's still a bit of fuel to spare, which is then being vented out so that the ship can, so that the booster can safely be lowered down. But it's not much at all. SpaceX will do this even shorter in the future. I'm pretty sure they're going to.
All right, so coming back with you real quick. So can confirm we did lose contact with the ship. Unfortunately, this happened last time too, so we've got some practice at this now. We've got a lot of measures in place, like debris response areas where we coordinate very closely with air traffic control. We have a lot of measures put before we ever launch a rocket to make sure that we're keeping the public safe. Those worked last time, and they're actively in work right now. So just to recap real quick, everything we saw, we lifted off right at the top of our window, essentially at 5:30 p.m. Central Time. Booster was able to get us all the way up into space, made its way back here. It's sitting on the tower right behind us, our third ever catch. Starship ignited all 6 of its Raptor engines. It was just about 20 or 30 seconds away. We'll get exact times from the end of its ascent burn when we started to see some engines go out on ship. Eventually lost attitude control and then lost contact with the ship shortly after. So obviously a lot to go through, a lot to dig through. We're going to go right at it. The primary reason we do these flight tests is to learn. We have some more to learn about this vehicle, but we're going to be right back here in the not too distant future, and we're going to get a ship to space.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We fly to learn, and we're learning a lot. And as is the case with developmental programs such as the Starship program, progress isn't always linear. So at this point, we're going to close out our webcast for the day. But before we do, we'd like to give a shout out to our viewers, of course, as well as our partners, both here in Cameron County and around the world. Now, once we know more about the mission today, we'll provide you with updates on SpaceX.com as well as at SpaceX on X. As always, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you. Okay. like I said, can we get that replay up again with the engine section? That's the most important evidence we have right now. To everybody who's still watching, thank you so much for going through this with us. It's pretty amazing. Flight 8 showed us the second time that I think there's trouble with the engine section. There's something wrong with the Block 2 design that they'll have to, that shot exactly, the one where you see the engine bay from the inside. I saw it and I was like, nah, this isn't the clean burn you should see, because normally when a rocket, especially a methane powered rocket, is in space, you don't see anything when the engines are on. You saw that in the beginning as well. We can do a comparison of that later. But as you can see there, if we can rewind that real quick again, you can see there's a lot of other stuff happening there. There's some small amount of venting going on the center engines. There's the entire engine bay is filled with this glow. There you can see even more action going on when it loses attitude control. That's not just engines shutting off, that's stuff rupturing. And it seems to be connected to the problem they had on Flight 7. It looks similar. So maybe the fixes they had are just not enough. They'll have to keep working on that. Maybe even redesign the entire downcomer situation that they have, the engine manifold, so on and so forth. They've made many changes with the Block 2 design, and when you see this kind of a spin, it's over. That's it. You normally don't recover from this. You can see later on here, if we keep this running for a moment, you can even see tanks rupturing. That's where I was like, all right, this is it. So this is really, really interesting. We're going to spend some time analyzing this to get, see, there you go. So you can see the first spillage is there and stuff like that on the side there. This isn't nominal at all. Even though the camera picture came back again one more time. Exactly. This is telling anybody who knows a little bit about rockets that flight is over. That's the thing you're going to hear tomorrow, of course, because of all the political turmoil that's going on. You're going to hear the press scream that Elon Musk's rocket exploded again, but it's part of the deal. That's just how it goes. And they're going to keep testing. The Block 2 seems to have some problems, as we've seen. This is the second time, and it looks like it came from the engine section again. It was later on in the flight, though, which is great, because that means Turks and Caicos are not going to be bombarded by parts flying down. This should be further out on the ocean, and it should be within, excuse me? Hopefully off landing sites. Can we bring one of those on the screen? There you go. Okay. So where is this from? This is a tweet this is Starship debris. But how close is this to land? That would be interesting, because this is something that can't go on, and this is where I draw the line as well. If you need to have a corridor, that's something I said from the beginning on about Boca Chica. It has one thing that's great. It's secluded. It's out of everybody's range down there. If you ever visit Starbase, you'll see what I mean. It's pretty remote. Which is great for doing prototype work. But as soon as you start launching, Boca Chica has a problem that you have to aim for the space between the Keys and Cuba. And what else is down there? There's a lot of islands in that passage, and you have to aim through that. And if anything happens in the corridor before or above those islands, that's the benefit of the Cape. Once you're off the coast, there's a lot of spots where you can just splash down and nobody's interested. So this is a good example for one of the reasons why Starbase is a great spot for prototype development. But if you have problems with them in the air, that's what happens. So I'm really hoping right now that corridor was kept this time. It was kept last time as well, but a few pieces made it out of that corridor, according to reports at least. I'm hoping that that's not happening again, because that's something that's not really, really good, especially when you live down there. You will confirm that. The booster landings are amazing at this point. They just seem to be working just fine. That's great. Even with engine outs, that's something I called early on as well. 2 engine outs is not really a problem. Center engines out is a different thing, because those can't be substituted, but the booster catch just works. It's amazing. You can see the vapor coming out of the booster there. That's what I meant earlier. They're bleeding off the last bit of fuel to set it down on the pad. That's all nominal. Everything's perfect. By the way, we are missing 95 subscribers to get to 587. If you're in range of your remote or your screen push the subscribe button. Thank you, guys. Here we have. This is our live recording of our pad camera right there. It's a bit pixelated right now because it's a live recording. It's not what we stored on our hard disk. That's why you see it breaking down a little bit. This should be our other camera, right? This is Lone Palm. Oh yeah, that's our live feed, right? Yep. So that's the booster still bleeding off that little bit of fuel so that it can be lowered down. And SpaceX is extremely quick. Thank you, guys. You brought us over 587. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching this with us. This is amazing. If you have any insights that I'm not mentioning right now, bring them up as questions. I'll stay up a little bit longer at least. But I don't have much time left because we're right now probably directly jumping into episode production because I want this to get out to everybody out there. Thank you so much for making the subscriber counter raise. This is very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I see the numbers going up, and this is putting a smile on the entire team. You can bet about that. Everything else besides the dreaded Block 2 ship looks absolutely nominal. The booster catches almost seem routine at this point, which is completely crazy if you imagine what they're actually doing there. Catching a 200-ton rocket that goes down at 8,000 kilometers per hour from the edge of space with a rocket in the dunes of Boca Chica, with a robot in the dunes of Boca Chica. It's just incredible that this is number 3. Imagine this. This is SpaceX demonstrating that this works. It's crazy. But the ship. They have some pretty amazing goals with the ship, and that's probably the reason why we're seeing these tests fail right now. It has to do so many things that have never been done by a rocket upper stage. The booster is fairly similar to a Falcon 9 booster, even though you would probably right now be like, what? But it actually is. I mean, it uses different engines and different fuel, but it's grid fin technology, and the way it returns back to the launch site, even though it doesn't have any legs, is pretty... look at this beautiful recording. Yep. This is Jonathan from the team tracking the rocket. He hasn't looked at it yet, so he's hoping that the tracking worked. Beautiful. He's downplaying it right now like crazy. He's working with a poor connection to the camera to be able to track it. And he's like right now in the back, you should hear him say that, oh, this is all bad. No, this is really good, Jonathan. Thank you for tracking the rocket like this. And it's also a camera that is not built for tracking. It's a PTZ camera. Normally you track a rocket with a fluid head or with a telescope mount or something like this. So seeing him keeping it in frame like this is pretty amazing. I'm very much looking forward to the actual recording. That's going to be even more crisp. I've done this before. It's insanely hard with that camera, and he keeps it in frame. So thank you, Jonathan. Yeah, as you can see, during the launch, everything looks fine. It almost looks routine at this point that they're launching the largest rocket ever built every 1.5 months out of Boca Chica, but the ship is a different story, especially the Block 2, because the Block 1 actually worked more reliable. That, of course, doesn't mean they can go back to Block 1, because Block 1 was a step towards them achieving their end goal, and Block 2 is the next step, but they'll have to refine it. And that might mean, well, I don't want to jinx it, but it might mean that we are a bit further away from Flight 9. They might want to go back to the drawing board and look at the engine section and implement more than just a nitrogen purge system and more venting capacity, and different fuel lines and vacuum jackets so they did a lot of stuff actually compared to the last flight, but it wasn't enough yet, as it seems. It might not have fixed the problem, and that's what they're going to go back to. We're obviously not going to see a ship catch on Flight 9. They need to reliably catch soft land Block 2 in the ocean. They might even want to do 2 landings after we've seen this. You want to be very, very safe with this kind of stuff. If you aim something that is 120 tons dry mass with a heat shield at a land mass, you need to be extremely careful. So I would expect SpaceX to maybe even do 2 launches until they attempt a catch again, but you never know. But this shows us that Block 2, Jonathan, what do you say? How confident are you in Block 2 right now?
I mean, the Block I'm live, right? Yeah, sorry, I thought I was muted. So the Block 2 Starship, right, it flew 2 times, and it basically had a very similar failing pattern 2 times. So it, of course, was probably different. We don't know too much yet. But it looked very similar with engines failing and then it tumbling out of control. So...
what's your verdict?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'm very sure we're not going to see any ship crash on the next flight then. Like, that's for sure. Yeah. I mean, what I came here for is that recording of our landing view of the booster come in. It's also a live recording, so there's going to be some compression in there, as it's not the actual recording on the SD card.
Yeah, let's just take a look at that different angle. It's always nice. You can't get enough angles for this kind of stuff. I'm so looking forward to seeing the first one live. Like I said, I've seen plenty of Falcon 9 boosters return to the Cape, but I've never seen a super heavy booster return, and I'm very much looking forward to it.
Like...
Yeah, but we are hopefully going to go to Starbase soon, you and I, right? Right.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's coming for a visit from Germany, for a second visit actually, and we are hoping that we're going to go to Starbase together in the next few weeks. I would love to, even if there's no ship. To anybody who hasn't been out there yet, shout out to the lucky. There goes the chopsticks, and there comes the booster. It's amazing to see those narrow in on the booster and just grab it out of mid-air. This is so surreal. See the engines work almost before they shut off. There's this wild gimbaling to get the last little bit of momentum out. It's just
and they're also moving it to the side right away.
Right?
Yeah, very interesting. If you go back a few
maybe
seconds.
that is. Was that there during the last catch? I don't think so.
I don't think I've seen this before, so that might be very, very new. Which cool, of course.
Might be a preparation to catch a ship. Could be maybe a confirmation for a ship catch on the same tower. That's, of course, everybody. When we're brainstorming here, this isn't official information from SpaceX. This is educated guesses from some people who analyze this for a living, but it's not SpaceX. So this is us guessing. Don't quote us on this, but it might be a preparation for a ship catch on the same tower. Let's see if that happens in the future, so that they are not going to use Pad B, but they're actually going to set down the booster and then catch the ship. Imagine that. Yeah, that's SpaceX. That's the dog. Jim, give me just a second. I'm going to let him free from the studio. 1 second.
Do that. In the meantime, here's our other view. That should be the booster landing as well. Let me just crop it to somewhere where we can actually see it.
I'm back.
There it comes. And you can beautifully see the chopstick move in position in a second.
Yep.
Looks pretty
and
cool.
The fine movement is very, very interesting. They added some radar sensors, some additional radar sensors since the last catch. And it's getting better and better, and it almost looks like routine. It's a 200-ton booster coming down from space at over 8,000 kilometers per hour, and it ends in a robot sitting in the dunes of Boca Chica. It is still absolutely surreal to me, especially if you consider that, I mean, everybody's used to Falcon 9 now. That's great, but SpaceX is still the only company doing this kind of stuff. So, and then now they're doing this. They're already onto the next step while everybody else is still trying to catch up to them. So kudos to the SpaceX engineers, but the engine team, the engine compartment team on the Block 2 booster has some work ahead of them. These fixes didn't do what they were supposed to do. Vibrations, oscillation vibrations while the ship is burning into orbit. It's funny that the Block 1 doesn't seem to have had that problem, even though the Block 2 is using exactly the same engine layout. So they might have changed some things on the manifold, on the aft dome, that causes the Block 2 ship to fight with these vibrations more than the Block 1 ever did. So there are steps forward on Block 2, but there are also steps back. But that's prototyping. It's still venting. It's almost it's not even venting anymore. The fuel is out. This is just likely just frost that you're seeing, and then it's already moved to the side, and then it'll be put onto a stand. And SpaceX is really quick at opening up the pad again as well. That's something, another really interesting thing when you're down there at Starbase. Hey, Jonathan, you're back, I see.
So what Captain Fish, one of our basically one of our best live cam operators who moves all of our live cams, For real. You're
Captain
doing an
Felix.
amazing job. And he just noticed that they're already lowering the booster. So it's already more than halfway
Mhm.
down than where it was. So
Yeah,
it's going
this
down
might be
fast.
preparation. This might be preparation for a ship catch. SpaceX uses everything they can get to test ahead. As I said before even the launch, you have to see this in all sorts of separate teams that work analog to each other. And if SpaceX can manage to not hold back one team from the other, like there's one team fixing the Block 2 ship, but there's another team already preparing for its catch. And this might definitely be part of that, because this is sped up. Before, it wasn't that quick. So SpaceX is already testing procedures needed to, as quickly as possible, get that booster out of these arms again. It looks beautiful. Yeah, that's basically everything I can give you as a post-analysis here right now. So I'm going to do a few more questions, because you guys have sent so many super chats in. Again, to all those that I'm not going to read out, thank you so much for supporting our efforts. It's very, very much appreciated. Okay, so we have John Bruzo. Hopefully this isn't a question connected to if ship 2, Block 2 will make it. Musk on Rogan this week, you need a very fine vermicelli of glass and aluminum oxide, glass and very fine sapphire fibers in exactly the right geometry. This is referring to the heat tiles. Yeah, that's what I meant. I said there is a bit of aluminum in this silica foam to increase its heat conductivity. But yeah, it's not a magic box that you can just open and have a better heat tile. It takes a lot of material research, and it sometimes is just limited to what you have. So that's why SpaceX is already exploring. Here we see the launch again. That's why SpaceX is already exploring different heat tile configurations: actively heated, actively cooled, metallic heat tiles, and so on and so forth. Look at how it's shifting away, pitching away from the tower immediately. And that booster just performs, and it's just the Block 1. I hope that this isn't going to be a step back on the Block 2 booster. Oh, I don't want to jinx it. The Block 1 booster is working just fine already. Look at this. And then you have to imagine this, the Starship standing on top of each other is what, 120, 125 meters right now? If you look at that flame that's under the booster when it's taking off, you can see that flame is double, triple the length of the booster. So you can imagine what kind of a flame is blasting out of the back of that booster. It's just incredible. So yeah, that's the I need to watch the Musk Rogan thing as well. I haven't watched that yet. I've been so busy with this launch. Now that it's finally passed, I can catch up on a few things that I just left on the side, because it's almost impossible for us to keep up with everything. Thank you so much for the super chat. We have Floey. Thank you so much for the super chat. As the rate SpaceX is going, when do you think they might go from flight tests to full missions, or even manned missions? Okay, so crewed missions. You've seen it again just now. Block 2 seems to still have problems. Before these problems aren't gone, they can't even deploy the dummy satellites right now. That doesn't mean they're never going to do this. Don't be fooled by anybody telling you, this stuff's never going to work. Look at what SpaceX has already achieved. But it obviously takes a little bit more time. And that's just how it goes. Beautiful landing burn there of the booster. Lots of gimbaling action. You see when the flame is changing direction like this, that's the engines. It's amazing what's going on in the software there. That's what we earlier had a question, if we can do an episode on software. That's the software. That's all the software working together there in milliseconds to control the descent of this 200-ton booster. I'm saying it again. It's amazing. And then you can see that sway that SpaceX wants to get rid of as well in the future. It's not supposed to sway. It's swaying right now because the construction is just the way it is. But I'm pretty sure SpaceX will want to get rid of that sway in the future as well. But it's beautiful to look at, and it doesn't seem to be dangerous for now. So there you go. So yeah, full missions or even crewed missions, we'll see. Full missions this year, definitely. I don't think it's going to take him longer than this year, but crewed missions, as I said before, when I answered a similar question, even before I saw the results of this one, you have to make absolutely sure that the thing is 100% 10% reliable before you can put people on top. So it'll take some time. But it still is absolutely amazing to watch, and I'm so happy we've seen it again today. I just wish the ship would have gone a little bit further. That would have been even better. We have Jedi Inc. Thank you so much for the super chat. Love your channel. Long-time subscriber. Thank you so much. First time catching a live launch with you. Wow, you missed out. Will you show the telemetry on screen during the launch? Yeah. The question was answered, of course. Sometimes it happens that some of our stream elements block stuff on the stream, but it's not intended. Trust us. Sometimes it's just in the moment that everybody stares on the screen. But it's been happening less and less for the past few launches, and I'm happy about that. We've had a lot of. Yeah, Jonathan is just saying out of the off, he's fairly sure that we didn't cover anything this time, and that's our intent, of course. You're supposed to see everything, and I'm normally also quiet when SpaceX talks because that information is the latest. We could not ever be as informed as the engineers that are launching the rocket. We have Ivica Zaher. Ivica Zayer. I'm sorry. Love the work you and your team are doing. Keep it up. Can't wait to see the new episodes to come out. Yeah, tomorrow, hopefully. Maybe delayed. It might be coming out on Saturday. I'm just warning everybody because it's in crunch time and we want to give you a meaningful analysis and not just something that is slammed out quickly. Engine on Ship 34 explode. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yes, you can. We've just got another tweet here to do some post-analysis. But this is speculation. This is heavy speculation. Anything you see here right now, don't quote us on it. We're still analyzing. So there's the tweet from RGV Aerial Photography. Shout out. And he's saying, was there an engine exploding? I have not seen this clip myself yet. And I see... What, can you play it?
You need to watch on this monitor here.
Yep. Yeah. It might be anything. It might be an engine exploding, but it might also be just a leak. I've definitely detected a leak in there before the engines went out. So this might be connected to a leak before that. I'm not sure about it yet, but yeah. Oh, and there was another one, Show the Dog from 250 from a while ago. The dog's out the studio. I'm sorry. But I might be able to show you the dog on the next one. It's much appreciated that you have so much interest in our dog. He's a good one. So this needs analysis. It could be an engine explosion resulting from something else, because I've seen stuff go on before any engines exploded. That's what I'm going to do when I leave you with the views that we have here. That's what we normally do for all those who have been on these streams before. We'll leave you with these views, so don't worry about it. You'll be able to gasp at the booster a little longer, but I'll get to analyzing what happened so that we can get an episode out. But it might not come tomorrow. We'll do everything we can, but if it's not at sufficient quality, give us another day, and we'll show you what we came up with on Saturday, maybe. But yeah. That's Flight 8 for everybody. Whew. The ship. Okay, we have...
back to the leak real quick, to the leak Felix was talking about.
Yes.
So it's sadly covered by the bar down here, so we need to wait until that goes away. But you can see, if you watch here, in the bottom right...
Yes, there is stuff flowing around in there, and that's normally nothing you see. If you have a clean combustion, you don't see anything.
I'm not 100% sure if you look at bottom right where it says the amount of fuel that's still in the ship. I'm not 100% sure if because that starts rapidly changing differently now. That might be because of how the orientation of the ship.
Yes, I think that. I mean, it's not obviously not filling up. That's the sensor detecting more fuel in there because the ship is changing orientation. Now you see it go back down again, and then you probably see it go back up again. See? It's because that's like an old school fill indicator on a tank. If you lean your motorcycle to the side, you suddenly have more fuel. No, you don't. For all those motorcycle riders out there, they know what I'm talking about. So yeah, no, this is connected to the spin itself. This is going to be fun analyzing. There's a lot of stuff going on there, but I do think that this failure is visible way before the engines cut out. You can almost quote me on that by now. Okay, so Sonlido, do you know about the space race to mine helium-3? Yes, I do. Europe, USA, Russia, China, India, 500 tons of helium-3 can provide a whole Earth. Well, we'll see about that, but yes, helium-3 is extremely interesting for fusion reactors. And on Earth, unfortunately, I think because the sun splits it up, or something. There's something in Earth's atmosphere that makes that helium-3 disappear really quick. So there's almost no helium-3 on Earth. On the moon, though, there's a different situation. You have no atmosphere and you have direct sunlight and so on and so forth. So that stuff is in the upper layer of lunar regolith. You find tons of helium-3, and that would be a very valuable resource once we do have those fusion reactors, though. They need to be there. The Deep Burrito, awesome nickname. Thank you so much for the super chat at Astra Kitties. Absolutely. Well, next time, hopefully, even to the Indian Ocean. Jonathan, thank you so much for your super chat. I think it's not ours, Jonathan. Here's $5 for the 5 million gold card. Yeah, thank you. When I saw that announcement, I was just so like, dude, I don't have 5 million. I would be willing to spend money on a green card for the United States because I really like it here. It's besides all the stupid turmoil going on with politics right now, the United States is actually a pretty lovely country. If anything, anybody from Europe is still watching, I know it's pretty late out there already. Don't take everything too serious what you hear about the American people, because they're actually pretty nice people. We've been welcomed with open arms, and they're very, very friendly in all the states that we traveled into. And don't be too hard on them when their politicians go crazy with their decisions. For whatever reason they're doing it. That's not even what I want to say. That the Americans on their own are some pretty nice people. They know how to party, that's for sure. So thank you for the $5 for the golden green card. I'm probably never going to be able to get it, but this gets us $5 closer to it. Addicted to Decibels. That's a really cool nickname as well. Shout out to MyRadar, best forecast app. And thank you, Felix, for being a fantastic host. Love watching your channel grow. Thank you so much. And I definitely agree on MyRadar. It's honestly the best weather app I've ever used. Teddy Steinbock. That's a very German name, but Teddy is a very American name. So I guess your family maybe comes from Germany. Thank you so much for the super chat. Question, will they try to catch ship at the same tower as booster? Yeah, we've had that. And we've seen SpaceX kind of do some preparation moves for this kind of maneuver, but I do still think that they are going to catch it on Tower B if they can, because it just gives them more time. They could also keep divert the booster offshore to the ocean. They could also keep the ship in orbit until the pad is cleared. So there are several options for them to do this. All right, guys, it's too many. To all the others, I am not. Somebody in Stuart, Florida said they saw it blow up. Yeah, that's I want to show this real quick as well. This is from Titan 4 Pat Rat. Yeah, if you're down here in Florida, especially in the more southern regions, with Block 2 right now, it seems to be worthwhile going out the door because you might see something blow up. That's the corridor I was talking about that it has to aim for. South of Florida, north of Cuba. That is just a very small corridor. And if something happens in that corridor, as it has on the past 2 flights, it becomes a narrow thing. So I'm really, really hoping that the Block 2s in the future will perform way better than they did now. Thank you all so much. Joey, Decky, Fly with Stefan, Mr. Data, Malmoon Doggy, Teddy, John, Wingtips World, AMR, Dylan, Dan, all the people that I haven't shouted out here for. Thank you all so much for boosting us along and for enabling us to keep this going. It is very, very, very much appreciated. All right, I'm gonna call it because I need to switch over to analysis mode so that we can get this episode out as quick as possible. But please don't be mad if it's delayed. It might be because we want to get out a thorough analysis and not just something quick. It was a blast. literally. I'm having so much fun watching this stuff with you guys. I hope you have a pleasant evening, night, morning, wherever you might be. Look out for the next episode. Share this stream with people who might have missed it. Become a channel member, become a patron if you haven't done so yet. It helps us a lot, and you get a ton. I wanted to say a cuss word, but I'm just going to leave it at a ton of extra content. Buy yourself a shirt. Go to shop.whataboutit.space to buy yourself a picture for your favorite wall. As I say on the episodes, 40 or 50% of those picture sales go directly to Jordan, who's out there to take the pictures for us, who was out there to set up the cameras that you watched. He does a lot of work. Shout out to the entire team, to everybody who helps make this possible. It's a ride. Okay, thank you so much, and I'll see you soon. Thanks for watching. If you want to, Jonathan, if you're still fit to do more, or Chris, if he's still there, but I do think he's already in bed. If anybody wants to, Jonathan, if you want to give it a shot, you're free to go in and comment a little bit more. We're going to. All right, Jonathan will come online. I just heard. We're going to keep the cameras running for you guys so that you can keep watching this and enjoy this surreal scenery. It's amazing. Thank you so much, and I'll see you soon, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, so basically, if you're just joining us, what we've seen is SpaceX Starship Flight 8 that ended in a similar way to Flight 7, where the ship sadly broke up after some anomaly with likely the engines after roughly 8 to 10 minutes, I guess. What we're seeing right now are the views of the booster, their Starbase, after the successful catch, because the booster got caught for the third time, which is very, very cool. Yeah, and I mean, there's not much to say about this anymore, because it's just like, if you look at the booster, it's just insane how reliable this looked. I mean, I can probably pull the replay up again. It's just so cool to see him do it for a third time now. And it just looked like they just know how to do it by now. It's insane. So let me just get this replay here. There we go. If we just... There we go. Should be coming in every second now. Yeah, it's just insane how they've been doing this for the third time, and it just looks like they've been doing this all their life. I mean, the booster is pretty similar to a Falcon 9. Pretty similar. I mean, of course, the engines are way different, and the size is way different. But the whole landing mechanism is fairly simple, so that's why this might work so well for SpaceX. Of course, yeah, I mean, just look at it. Way too cool. Yeah. What we can also do is, because we do have our live cams, and we do have controls of them, so if there's anything you want to look at the booster right now, if you want me to zoom in anywhere, let me know. I'll do that right now. Because I'm over here in Germany, actually, and it's 1:20 a.m., so I won't be here for too long as well. Let's see. I think we can just zoom in on the booster a bit here. There we go. Yeah, even with the sun, it looks very, very cool. I can zoom in on the top. Gonader just asked if I can zoom in on the top, and of course I can. So there you go. That's very much the top of the booster. Yeah, and this is exactly where they caught it. And they also already lowered it quite a bit. So when we go a bit out again from where they caught it, it was all the way basically to the top of the tower, and now it's way closer down already. So what we guessed is that they have been simulating something for a ship catch, because, you know, when they want to catch a ship with the same tower, they would need to catch the booster, lower it down, and then be prepared for the ship, because the ship would probably do a few orbits around Earth. And that way, they, of course, need to swing the booster away from the landing site and put it down very quickly. And that's what we guessed they were doing, because it came down pretty fast. And I think it was quite a bit faster than what we saw in the last flight. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, though. Yeah. So someone was asking, Bill Gorman was asking, why only the last 2 flights failed in that way and what changed? So it's pretty simple to figure out what changed on those last flights because the booster has been performing fine on both of them. And the booster hasn't changed much, but the ship is a new block. The ship is block 2. And that's exactly what changed. So there's a new version of the ship. And it both had some problem with the engine bay. They said they made quite a few adjustments on the ship between flight 7 and 8, which I guess they did. I mean, I can't quote them on because you can't see most of those changes from the outside. But I'm fairly sure they did many changes. But apparently those changes weren't enough because, I mean, we all saw it that it just this again. Yeah. So it is how it is. Sadly, not too much we know yet. Of course, we'll come up with a flight analysis video very, very soon. It should come out tomorrow, but it might get a bit later because, of course, we want to do a thorough analysis, as Felix just said, and don't rush it. So it's going to take us maybe 1 day longer than usually. So you can expect it by Saturday, I guess so. So you can be ready for that. And here's the engine section of the booster as well. Yeah, especially with the fun. That looks pretty cool. Okay. Yeah, and I'll probably hop off as well now. I mean, it's getting pretty late here. And these live views will be up for the rest of the night probably though. So you can just stay here, enjoy the views, and yeah, enjoy all of these cameras. You can usually also check out our 24/7 stream where these are available all the time. So you can just go there and they're just there 24/7, the whole day, whole night. So if you always want to check out what's going on in Starbase, that's a great way to go. Second live stream on this channel, which is super cool. I can just recommend that. And I think that's it for me for this night. Very spectacular day. And I'm going to look forward to our analysis video. And I wish you all a good night or evening, wherever you are. And bye-bye.